Вельмишановні гості, вельмишановні учасники.
Dear guests, dear participants of our important event, please let me welcome you in this, I hope, comfortable environment. We know that our enemy continues its attack, and not to interrupt our event, we've chosen this place where we are relatively safe. In the country where the war is ongoing. Please let me welcome you from the SMEs Alliance and its co-founders, Ministry of Economy of Ukraine and GIZ. If you need interpretation, please take headsets. The first channel is the Ukrainian channel, channel 2 is English language. Now I'd like to demonstrate QR code on to the screen. We decided not to print agenda. You can download it by QR code. Today is a wonderful day for discussions, and we're going to talk about very important topics. We have 3 stages of discussions. We are going to have a very important presentation on contribution to SME Strategy 2024-2027, and then we are going to have 3 roundtables regarding findings of this study. I'm sure that here in this audience we have people who are working for future of Ukraine. Doesn't matter what country do you represent. Here in this hall we have everyone who is taking care of our country and our people. And we as well believe in those who are at the front line, who are giving the most valuable they have, their time, their lives of years, and their lives. We have a tradition in Ukraine to commemorate all those who have given their life for the independence of Ukraine and for the safety and security of the whole world. So I kindly ask you to give an honor to all those who gave their lives for the independence and liberty of Ukraine with a minute of silence. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Well, as I mentioned, my name is Oleg Panuta. Sorry for not introducing myself earlier. I am happy to serve you today and to be a moderator for this event. Today we have gathered to analyze assistance which we receive from different members of Alliance, all those who care about future of Ukraine, from public authorities, from businesses, from NGOs and so on. From all those who believe in strengthened and improved Ukraine, which will cherish thanks to your support and assistance. Actually, this is what we are going to talk about today, and this is what we are going to discuss during our roundtables. So that will be all about that enormous efforts which are being implemented on the basis of the SME Strategy 2024-2027, thanks to all your resources which you direct to improve business environment in Ukraine. Well, in any case, I am going to ask you questions, and in any case, we are expecting for active participation, and we hope that after today's discussion, we will have a common feeling that we have all worked together productively. And I have an honor to invite for opening remarks Alexei Sobolev, First Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine. Mr. Sobolev, please join us. Yes, it's working. Good morning, everyone.
Well, I'll switch to English. I guess the audience understands this better without translation. So the aim for today's meeting is to discuss, as you can see in the inclusive setting, the work of the SME Alliance. What we understand is the SMEs are the backbone of Ukraine's economy. This is the backbone of resilience, and there are multiple programs who support the Ukraine's SME development and SME resilience. And we need to basically coordinate our efforts jointly to make it as efficient as possible with the resources that we have. So that's how during URC in Berlin, with the help of our Germany partners, we created this SME Alliance, which right now has 31 members that have 121 projects which are funded by 24 donors. So this is quite a crowd, but we would like to, one of the outcome of today's meeting, if you're not part of the SME Alliance, please join so we could coordinate better. But how to coordinate this more than 100 of different projects, right? They have different objectives, different settings, etc. So our idea was to develop together with the Ministry of Digital and with the help of UK development, the strategy, SME strategy. So this is the document that kind of combines all our joint efforts, and you'll see today the mapping, how the projects compare against the strategies, against the objectives, different objectives of the strategies, and KPIs, so we could coordinate better together. So basically, today's meeting is about that, so how we can coordinate better, what is lacking, and I think you should be able to find a lot of useful information there and ask questions and participate and join the SME Alliance. And I think after this meeting, you should understand more how the SME Alliance works, what we intend it to do, but it's also work in progress. And I think I would end with the last milestone. We have URC in Rome coming the next year in June in 25. So we also, while discussing different projects, objectives, and how we coordinate, we can also think of what we can present and how we can grow this even more and present this during URC in Italy. That's all for me. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Alexei, very much. Now I'd like to give a floor to Dr. Ulrike Haupt-Nishanka, the head of the task force, Ukraine, German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development.
Thank you. Good morning also from my side. This is not on. Is it? Okay, one never hears. Good morning from my side, everybody. Heartfelt welcome also from the German side. It's a particular pleasure to be here today. I'm heading a delegation from the Ministry for Development Cooperation in Germany that is supporting Ukraine's resilience, but also the recovery and the reform process towards EU accession. And it's a great honor and pleasure to be here to put into action and into life what we have hoped to achieve when we were hosting together with the government of Ukraine in summer in Berlin the Ukraine Recovery Conference. The SME Resilience Alliance that is taking place here today was one of the most important outcomes from our perspective. Why is that so? SMEs are really the backbone of the Ukrainian economy, and while international gatherings and big conferences often focus on bringing CEOs and big companies to the conference to show commitment towards Ukraine's economy, we also know from a very long-standing experience of supporting Ukraine that, of course, the SMEs are really important. They are the ones that create the jobs, they are the ones that create tax revenues, and they are creating livelihoods for people to stay in their communities and live in their communities and build a future for Ukraine. And this is what we want to support with this alliance. Today, we are coming together to do something very, very important. Oleksiy just mentioned the very important SME strategy. That means a lot to us, that we have a comprehensive approach, and not everybody is just trying their best, but we are trying to do our best together and create synergies. And therefore, we're very happy to present this mapping, which will also point out where maybe we are having gaps in our support ecosystem, if you want to use that word, where we can do better, where we can create more synergies, and where maybe new partners can find a place to come in and help. Or where we maybe can, in a very dedicated way, also reach out and find new members for the Alliance. We were yesterday talking about maybe bringing new donors also to the field. There are many countries in the world that have a great economic interest, and of course it matters to them that the SMEs and sort of the ecosystem of the economy, the local economy, works well. So this is what we can strive for, and then use, as Oleksiy was saying, the next URC in Rome, also to show what we have achieved. So from our side, from the German side, a big thank you to everybody who has contributed already to the mapping exercise, who will be here today to discuss in the roundtables how to move forward. What matters to us is really also on-the-ground experience. We would like to hear from the business partners what they need, what helps and what doesn't help, because only then we can improve our assistance to you, and therefore feedback and also gathering of real evidence and data is very, very important. We must not remain with the input side of our support, you know, how many seminars, how many trainings, how many workshops we have conducted, but we have to look at what they do and what impact they have to improve results. And for this, these kind of gatherings and discussions are very, very important. Thank you all for being here. It's a great pleasure, and I wish us all a very productive workshop today. Thank you.
Thank you for you, Dr. Ulrike. Thank you very much. Thank you for support.
Thank you very much for your words, Oleksiy. I'd like to invite you once again, because we've mentioned governmental strategy, but it is going to be mentioned for many times today. I think that you have to give more comments about that. Well, I'd like to remind you about this document. I think you all know it well.
Recall what the strategy is about. There is a short presentation. Yes, thank you very much. On how we developed it and what we know. So basically, we see that at the first part of the war, I think you've seen most of the slides, so I'll be really brief. But the general idea is that we see that the SMEs are recovering. Basically, more and more companies kind of recover their activity. There are just 14% that are partially working at the second year of the war. I think this year it should show the statistics is improving even more. But then here the issues that the SMEs face. So the number one, after the kind of the last surveys, so is the labor force problem. We have some of these issues addressed in the strategy, in the SME Resilience Alliance, but we also have Skills Alliance to address this labor issue more comprehensively. Then it's dangerous to work. Here, like this more military side of things, but we also can de-risk some of the investments that SMEs make. So there are instruments to that in the strategy. And the second one is, the third one is the infrastructure and electricity, number one, and then some face shortages of water, etc. And then rising sets of prices for raw materials because of the disrupted supply chains, how to address that, and reducing demand for products and services. Also, maybe like we'll look at it, how we can reorient or help Ukrainian SMEs to export more, right? So these are the main problems that businesses face that they kind of put in the surveys when you ask them what do you need now, right? So what do you need for us to solve to help you? And we basically, with the strategy, wanted to have a type of document that will be implemented in different Ukrainian political policy documents, in different strategies and cabinet of ministers decision and laws. And so far, the strategy is actually working like that. So there is a plan how to implement the strategy, and kind of we're doing it one by one, voting on the different laws and cabinet of ministers documents. And here are the four goals of the strategy that you're going to see in the mapping, right, that's going to follow this presentation. So the first one is to recovery and facilitation of entrepreneurship. So this is the credit programs, like how to ease access to finance, how to deregulate so it is easier to do entrepreneurship, and how to have new products that make it easier for SMEs to access the funding, and how to de-risk the SME activities. The second one is digitalization and innovation. So basically digitalize what exists and help SMEs to innovate. And all the different ideas and suggestions and kind of actions that can facilitate that. The first one is, of course, the human capital dimension, the labor problem that I already discussed, and both how to make it easier for SMEs to retrain people to the qualifications that are needed, that needed now, that will be needed after the war ends, so which are sometimes quite different from what people have right now. And the third part is like two ways. It's experts and competitiveness, which are very much interlinked. So these are like four goals, and you should see that in the mapping how different projects contribute to the goals. And here are the KPIs. How we see that what are the main kind of main numbers that this realization of the strategy in 4 years should lead up to. So the index in the freedom of doing business grows, the intensity of gross domestic products, meaning that innovation should lead the increase in the complexity of Ukrainian GDP. Unemployment rate should drop, and the number of experts in SMEs among all the other SMEs. So these two codes were already on the screens. You can check Ukrainian and English version of the strategy. This is the foundational document for us, how we're moving forward as the government. And I would like also to thank all the partners who helped us to do that: the Ministry of Digital, Kyiv School of Economics, UK Good Governance Fund, EPT, EU for Business, and EU, JZ, and BRDO. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexei. Thank you so much. So, in fact, we've heard about that, and now it's the way to move to the document itself, which we'll mention more than once today, which we'll analyze, and which is the foundation of our today's discussion. I mean the analysis and the donors but support of SMEs by the members of the Sustainability Alliance. So, to present this analysis for the outcomes and the key points which we need to hear about, I'd like to give the floor now to the representatives of GIZ, the part of the team which is the driving part, I would say, which in fact is happily mentioning the key points. That is Mr. Hagen Etner and Ms. Alexandra Lisa. I invite them to the stage.
Now it is on. So we talked a lot about the mapping and of international support. First, let us look, why are we talking about, are you seeing that on the screens? Yeah? Okay. Why are we talking about the mapping? What are the main issues with that? So when the SME Resilience Alliance was launched at the URC, we saw already quite substantial international support to SME development in Ukraine. So the 31 members already together, they supported policy advice, they supported capacity development, and also access to finance. And overall, when we combined that, we saw that 7 billion euros are provided now currently already, and when we take into account planned programs. Of course, majority of that, 3.9 million, coming from the EU Resilience Alliance, but that's a huge amount of support already provided by international partners in the SME Alliance. But really the question, how do they contribute to the implementation of the SME strategy, to the operational objectives, and also more the operational, on the operational level, that was not yet clear. So that was one of the tasks we were taking up also in the Secretariat for the SME Alliance right after the establishment of the Alliance. And there was also the key questions. When we look at current international support, where are gaps in support, and where do we also see potential areas of overlap where quite a few international partners are active, and yeah, there might be some duplications. The objective of this mapping was to promote stronger alignment of international activities to with the SME strategy, also supporting attracting additional support for identified gaps, and also work on these potential areas of overlap and see how we can turn that into synergies and complementarities, and all that to increase the steering capacities of the Ukrainian government, of the Ministry of Economy, who is responsible for the SME strategy. So that's why we did that over the last couple of months. When we look at the methodology, so we started with 31 members of the Alliance. Now we already have 2 additional ones. And we saw there they have 122 projects and programs, and a lot of implementation organizations and agencies. So we were looking in this mapping exercise at 105 ongoing projects and also 17 planned ones. So quite a huge database we created. And there again, we collected information on 2 levels. So with what we called like commitment sheets, we rather looked at targeting of donors, so what kind of groups of beneficiaries they are looking into, which kind of instruments they are using, and what kind of operational or strategic objectives they are focusing on. And then on the second level, we also focused more on the operational plan. So really the 86 activities which are supposed to lead to the achievement of the SME strategy. And there we saw that, from all partners we received the commitment sheets, so the broader ones, and from 23 we received feedbacks on the operational plan. We also used some additional resources, so from websites, reports, and other publications, which we will also show in the following slides whenever we used other sources of information. I think here very important to mention is that also when we had a first presentation of draft results among the SME Alliance members only, there are some significant limitations of the analysis. The first is that we didn't receive from all partners really the full set of information which would be required to do a very thorough analysis. Some of the information was also a bit incomplete or lacked clarity. And a major issue we discussed like a month ago in our internal discussion was scaling. So we looked at the 105 programs and projects, and we're using that rather to see, okay, where is the focus? But of course, some projects are rather small, others are very huge. Some are very focused, also narrowly on certain parts, and others are broader. And this kind of scaling, we are not really properly reflecting in the analysis yet. So this is something we are hoping to capture a bit better in the future. But with the information available, we couldn't do that yet. And also a shortcoming is, and I think Alexei mentioned that, of course, even though we have already a broad alliance of members here around the table, we are capturing not all of them. So there is still other partners who are contributing to SME development in Ukraine who are not yet members and who didn't provide information for this analysis. So just as a pretext for that, there are a few limitations, but still what we found out, Sasha, I'll give over to you.
Thank you, Hagen, for this introduction. And also thank you for all the members of the Alliance who provided the information. So we had something to analyze. I understand that it wasn't an easy task because you had a lot of activities and we were like asking you to do additional work. But like this, we have these results. So briefly, when we look at the profile of SME who are benefiting from donor support, we could see this kind of SMEs that were mentioned by the donors. So very often donors are mentioning that they support war-affected businesses, which is obviously we understand why. Then a lot of projects are supporting startups. And then relocated businesses, of course, vocational educational trainings and institutions. Important, there are some projects that are specifically focused on rural businesses. So also good that someone is taking care of this kind of businesses. And then there are like underserved SMEs, low-income households, producers, processing enterprises. And also important that there are projects that are focusing on those who are just thinking to become entrepreneurs. So it's also important that there is support for these potentially future entrepreneurs. If we take another focus and looking at the sectors that were supported, we can clearly see that the biggest support is for agribusiness. Then there is a green economy, food, energy, and less for tourism, and even less like for textile, logistics, creative industries, manufacturing of prosthetics. So it's just like 2 projects for each of these sectors, and then just 1 project who mentioned specifically support to constructions, pharmaceuticals, ICT, and packaging. And then, of course, it's only the information that was provided in the commitment sheets. This is how we saw these sectors, but it's possible that there are more sectors supported, just that we didn't see this from the commitment sheets. So it's important to also clarify. But then we decided that we need to compare this with actual needs of these sectors. And unfortunately, we don't really have the information like for each specific sector, but we found in some other researches and reports that financial need for future 10 years for agribusiness is actually the highest. So it's really logical that the support for agribusiness is the highest. It also works for energy. Like if you go back here, you can see that it's also quite big support, and then the needs are also very high. And then, for example, for processing industries, it could be like the need is really high, but for the support that is currently provided could be more, right? Because we see here like food presented with high contribution, but not many more sectors from processing industries. And then also we found another report that presented the information regarding which businesses stopped their activities for longest. and then suffered also the most. So it's construction businesses, HoReCa, tourism and transport. And as we see here, these sectors are not that much supported. Like there is only one project that's supporting construction, for example. So it's probably sectors that could be considered for more additional supports. When we took another perspective, we looked at the topics that were supported by donors, and of course innovations are leading here, which is clearly because it can be like additional like in each project that supports something else. Innovations are always added also because this is like kind of must-have in our time. Then a lot of support goes to export, which is also clear why. Then a lot of projects to support startups, also many projects supporting vocational education, and this reskilling, upskilling, which is also really relevant topic now. On the last column, you can see who from members of the Alliance is working currently in these topics, on these topics. This also the same perspective, a focus of support, and there are like other group of topics more related to the cooperation with government, like regulatory environment, local economic development, public-private dialogue, so EU accession, and so on. So you can also see who is working on these specific topics. Then interesting data regarding support of socially vulnerable groups, and here you see the percentage, and it's not the percentage from all 122 projects analyzed, but it's among all the projects that are supporting vulnerable groups, almost half of it supporting women. Also important to say that it's not only women entrepreneurship, but like also for other groups, it's also for reskilling, for employment, so it's a total support for representatives of these groups. So also something to consider that probably other groups need like bigger support. Then geographical distribution of support. So mostly projects are covering the whole Ukraine, but there are some projects that are covering specific regions. You cannot see, I'm sorry, but it's 22 projects that are regional, so specific regions of Ukraine. They are covering, like, they mentioned that they are working in some specific oblasts or cities. And then there are 14 regional projects. It's called regional, but it's like Ukraine and other Eastern Partnership countries. And then you have some other groups of projects which are not, number is not high. Then also important to look, so from these 22, which we call specific regions, you can see the distribution of these projects here on the map. And like the more intense is color, the bigger is number of projects. And you can see that Lviv is leading here. And then Kharkiv is on second place. Also important to mention here, so it's when donors specifically mentioned that the project is covering this specific region. And for example, there are some projects that are just saying Western Ukraine, so it's not counted here. Only if it says specifically Lviv, Ternopil, then it was counted here. So here you can see, like, clearly there is, for some reason, Cherkasy and Kropivnitsky, which are getting less support. And also, if we think that these regions closer to the front line are supposed to have more support, which is true for Dnipro and Kherson and Mykolaiv, but then Odessa, Kherson, and Zaporizhia are getting less support. And here we also decided to look on other relevant data, and we can see the number of relocated businesses around Ukraine. So it's a data by regions also. So it's really working well for Lviv and Kharkiv because there are mostly like a high number of business relocated and as well high number of support. And then for Odessa, for example, and Kyiv region, it's not really it's not the same level of support. You see, there is a really high number of relocated businesses, but the level of support is not as high as for Lviv and Kharkiv, for example. And on the second map, you can see also the map which is showing where people were moving, like internally displaced people. So it's also like numbers are high for Lviv again, for Kharkiv. So it's also kind of why a lot of support is going to these regions. But as you can see here, Kyiv region and Odessa have also a high number of IDPs, but it's not reflected in the provided support, or at least in the data that we had. And going back to these regions like Cherkasy and Kropivnitsky, so you can see that the number of businesses relocated there and the IDPs are like kind of the same as for Vinnytsia, Khmelnytsky, Zhytomyr, mostly on the approximately on the same level. But when we look at the support, it's still less support there. So something to consider for your future projects, probably. And then we also checked which instruments and mechanisms donors are using. So there are, of course, many projects that provide grants. It's 45. Then 42 providing loans, credit lines, guarantees for loans, and 61 providing technical assistance. So it's important also to mention here that sometimes it's the same project that is offering technical assistance plus grants. So it's usually not only one kind of tool that donors are using in one specific project. Then our task was also to look at the alignment with the strategy. And there are 4 strategic goals in the strategies and 8 operational goals. And we asked donors also to say in their commitments sheet which goals they are supporting with their work. So we can see here the number of projects that are supporting each operational goal. And definitely all the projects are aligned with the goals that we have in the SME strategy. And also true that one project usually supports several goals, not just one. I will show you an example. So it's operational objective or operational goal 1.1, which is facilitating access to capital and resources. And here we have like 55 projects that are contributing. And of course, mostly it's grants, loans, guarantees, but also there are some specific projects that are providing support to this specific operational objective. And we have this kind of data for each goal. But we will look in more details on this with our next slides. So this information is from the feedback that you, members of the Alliance, provided to operational plan of the SME strategy. And what is interesting here that we saw that there are some activities in the operational plan that they don't really get contributions yet. So here are on the slide you can see activities from the operational plan which are under the strategic goal 1, resuming and facilitating the process of doing business. And there are like 6 activities that are not really covered yet, so it's something for you to consider also. So first one is about regulation on using the unified format of business plans. Then there is a professional training program for civil servants responsible for public procurement, which is this activity is not getting contribution, or at least we didn't get the information about this. Then there is also activity which is related to preparation of draft law on the crowdfunding platforms. Also no contribution here, so potential area for someone. And then activity 14 is related to Ukraine's accession to European Investment Fund program, which is on guarantee facility for the cultural and creative sectors. And as we saw before, there are some projects that support creative industries. So probably it's something for them to consider, that they can also work on this activity to get additional support for the sectors that they are already supporting. Like a kind of suggestion here. And then there are two more activities which are related to draft law preparation. So they also don't have, for the moment, some donors who are contributing. Under the strategic goal 2, which is promotion of innovation, digital transformation, and green transition, we have only 2 activities which are not covered. So first one is regarding assistant Ukrainian regions in joining European Smart Specialization Platform. This is potentially for those donors who are working on local economic development, can be some related activity to what they are already doing. And the second activity is implementing regulation on the European Union, establish a framework for the promotion of sustainable investment. So also, for the moment, no contribution here. And then under the strategic goal 3, which is development of human capital and entrepreneurial culture, we have this activity which is, has really long explanation, but basically it's about different kind of trainings for some vulnerable groups also, and they are listed here, like again, women, young entrepreneurs, all that you saw already on the previous slide. And actually there are a lot of support in this activity, however, not for people over 50. So no one specifically mentioned that is working on for this specific group, so can be for someone to cover. And then there is activity which is to support business associations and networks. Also, many donors are working in this field, supporting different business management organizations or business support organizations. But if we look at from the perspective of the population that require additional inclusion, so only women associations were mentioned here, and not like Veterans Association or associations of people with disabilities. So also something probably to consider for future. Then there are also activity related to regulatory framework for the implementation of state policy to support social entrepreneurship and family entrepreneurship. No one is working in this field actually, so potential future projects are here. And then also this activity related to training for SMEs to serve and interact with people with disabilities. There are other activities related to the topic of people with disabilities, and it's mostly like to create working spaces that are available for people with disabilities, and there is support, but not for this specific activity. And then under strategic goal 4, we have only one activity which is not covered. So it's ensuring cooperation with relevant platforms. So there is one project who submitted a cooperation contribution here, but it definitely doesn't cover all the need here. And also it's like it works with one another platform, but not those that are mentioned here. And then we are moving to potential overlaps, because we cannot say, we cannot claim that it's definitely overlaps. But with the available information, it looks like potential, or it could be overlapping, but we need like more information to say for sure. So first activity is analyzing the state program of this 579 loans, and there are already 2 members who stated that they already conducted analysis. And 2 other members are planning to do it in the future. Of course, we are not saying that it's not needed, because with time, probably again the analysis will be needed. But just that important that members who will do it in the future take into consideration what was done already before, so not to duplicate what was already done by someone else. And then another activity is providing some information for businesses so they could transit from using the created in Russia software to one developed in Ukraine. And there is one member who is working in this field, and another one is planning to do also. So it's, again, important to check what was done, not to repeat. And another one was development and implementing the test to access the level of digital transformation of SMEs. And there is submitted contribution that one member is financing creation of a tool for digital maturity diagnosis, and another one is going to conduct this kind of maturity assessment. So maybe also a field for discussion between those members to see who is doing what, not to duplicate. Another activity where we see potential overlaps is support to DIA business platform, and of course there are many donors who are supporting the platform, and this support is needed. However, there are 3 members who stated that they support the modernization of the platform. So it's also important that those members coordinate their support. Then another one is conducting research, and again, like researches is such a topic that overlaps are possible, just because donors might not know that someone already conducted this research. So there are 3 members that are conducting researches on like the needs of returnees. So it's also important that they coordinate to know who is doing what. And then ensuring functioning of educational retraining programs. Again, also a field where many donors are working, different kind of trainings. So important also that donors coordinate their activities, because it's, of course, there are high needs in this field and many people need trainings, but also it's a lot of resources are spent on developing programs, setting the cooperation with vocational educational institutions, for example. So it could be that donors divide regions or topics and then do not duplicate efforts. More activities with potential overlaps. There is activity to promote the improvement of the material and technical base of vocational educational training institutions. Also, 3 members stated that they provide support here. Also, just important to coordinate between each other to ensure that support is going to different vocational institutions. And the next activity is ensuring that SMEs have access to trainings. Again, the same as with other trainings. And next activity is also related to trainings. As you already saw this activity in the gaps part, but here is also a lot of potential for overlaps, as many donors are working in this field. And almost done with this, 2 more activities. So one is ensuring access to finance for categories of population that require additional measures. So also there are 3 members who are providing grants here. And also grants for creation of barrier-free spaces. Also, like there are 2 members who are working in this field. So all this just to show where the potential overlaps might be. And we encourage you to talk more between each other, talk more with us. And I will head to Hagen for conclusion.
Thank you very much, Sasha. Yes, so you saw quite comprehensive work thanks to the information you provided. What are the conclusions? So I think when we look at the sector-specific support, we see that more sector-specific support is needed in some underserved sectors like construction, HoReCa, tourism, and creative industries. This is one findings. When we look at socially vulnerable groups, there we also should look into a better distribution of support so that really we make sure that all the different vulnerable groups are covered. Yeah, I think, Sasha, you made that very clear, the need for coordination and more discussion among donors to avoid potential overlaps. So there we would also suggest, and that's what we also discussed, that Ministry of Economy would also get in touch with those donors who are working in the same areas to sort out, or to avoid overlaps and to create synergies. And this can also be supported by the Secretariat. Another conclusion is that really when international partners are planning new projects, they are really welcome to approach either Ministry of Economy or Secretariat to get this information and to really understand where are potential, where are gaps, and where also what is already covered already, so to make sure that it's very targeted. And also what we saw in the mapping exercise, that many donors did their own research, their own analysis, but often it's not publicly available, and it's also not shared with many others. So this is also something we could offer, to create a common platform for the members, at least, so that they have also access to probably information which is not super public and we wouldn't want to put in the internet as such, but would really be helpful for the coordination effort. And of course also the mapping exercise is not a one-time thing. What we did now once and that's done, it also needs regular updates and also some refinements. And that's also when we look at and that's also the last slide, the outlook. So what's ahead, that's not the end of the work, of course. So what we are looking at now is regular updates of the mapping exercise. We know it's a lot of work and we want to keep that as smooth as possible for you, but that's something we were now thinking of, regular updates and further refinements of the mapping, that we can also provide more detailed analysis. Another topic, the attraction of additional members and friends to really cover the whole support spectrum for SME development in Ukraine. The coordination meetings headed by Ministry of Economy in areas of potential overlap. And the last point, and that's also still really work in progress, developing a review and monitoring system for the whole strategy implementation, and that we also get a better understanding what are we really achieving together, and looking at the results and their on-job creation, income increase, export volumes, and the key, KPIs Alexei presented also together with the SME strategy. That is really something, a bigger piece of work we are still into. Thank you very much.
Дякую щиро, спасибі велике.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And well, we have an opportunity to express our gratitude to our presenters. But if you have any questions or remarks, please, you have the floor. You have now an opportunity to ask any questions. We have an internet broadcasting. I kindly ask to speak into the mic. Who is ready to take the mic first? Do you have any questions? Or maybe you have some reflections or comments or thoughts?
That you don't even have questions, so it's a
Але
good sign.
я не можу вас випустити
There is
без
a question.
Just a moment, please.
Thank you very much for such an interesting report, but I have the question: what is the reason that one of the strategically important, not only for Ukraine but for every country, areas is not supported properly, or maybe we don't have information about it? And here I mean creative industries. They are not presented, almost not presented in the results. Maybe there were no feedback about that, or maybe it is not covered, but it is absolutely clear that creative industries represent the country, inside the country and outside the country, and they should be supported the most because they create preconditions for the development of other industries. I believe that it was discussed many times already. We already have this understanding, but why is that? Alexander? Good afternoon, Alexander Palazzo from Ministry of Economy. We were the developers and I am ready to answer to your question. In fact, we have the focus 360 and we have to cover all areas. SMEs have millions of problems. If you look at the strategy, it describes every corner, every problem of businesses. And as you see, for some points we didn't have any feedbacks or reports. Why we didn't have them? Well, we have to look at that. We may add additional actions and to cooperate with partners more about that. Ministry of Culture has provided information to us, and that's what we have. Ministry of Economy cannot dig too deep into every area. That is why we took all the proposals from the market and from line ministries. We are going to elaborate that in the future. Thank you. Any more questions, please?
Well, obviously, such a massive work has been done that we definitely understand that the period of questions will emerge during the panel discussions at our platforms, which are now starting their work. Thank you so much, Alexandra. Thank you, Hagen. Let us thank you for the substantial analysis, for the colossal bulk of work which was conducted. Let's now move to our next part of work. Just now, we'll be ready to start the discussion of in our discussion panels. We selected 3 topics, the first of which we'll begin discussing just now, has the name Empowering SMEs, Legal Frameworks and Regulatory Reforms for Success. This is the key point which should be in the foundation of these discussions and of your responses. I hope that your questions, your active participation will be also reasonable for us. So I invite for the moderation of this part of the discussion, Oleksiy Dorogany, CEO of the BRDO of Ukraine. Alexander, are you here? Let us invite him to us. Please. And will you invite the participants, the panelists, right? And you will definitely conduct this part. I will follow the timing, if you don't mind. You have an hour. However, I hope that an hour and 5 minutes is possible as well. Hello, everyone. I'd like to invite Oleksiy Sobolev, First Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine. Markus Koll, Head of Cooperation in the German Embassy in Ukraine. Kirill Krovolap, Director for the NGO Center for Economic Recovery. Alexander Tsibort, Deputy Minister of Economy. Michał Falenchik, Acting Head of the OECD Ukraine Liaison Office in Kyiv. Danilo Molchanov, Chief of Party of the Digital Transformation Activity. Andriy Yerashov, Head of the Center of Analytics at SAP. And Dmitro Paitis, co-founder of Escada M. I welcome all of you here. I was asked that this discussion should be as informal as possible, and also some of the participants asked that it should be in Ukrainian.
Who do not understand Ukrainian, please take translation. I was told there is very good translation today. By popular demand in the panel, this panel will be in Ukrainian. Thank you.
So, we don't have that much time. We have lots of questions. So I thought that I should say a couple of introduction words, but still it seems to me, as we have Oleksiy Sobolev with us, it would be interesting to start with the strategy of SME. So still, a couple of words from me. What is legal frameworks and regulatory reforms for success? Which legal changes and regulatory reforms are needed by businesses which implement the reforms? In fact, this is a very broad notion, and I'd like to express my gratitude to the researchers today who presented the research, because it's not a secret for anyone who faced it that the coordination of donors is really complicated. I'm not the representative of the donor, so I can speak about that. I think that the representatives of donors, well, it's harder for them because we understand that the system is created in the way that you influence what you are doing and you are not influencing what other donors are doing. Under these circumstances, the secret, as for me, is in the informal coordination. And it seems to me that this is why I was asked to conduct this panel more informally, because on how we all are sharing information in this community, it depends how well we project and design our projects, how we implement them, when we don't duplicate our efforts, because you should have been told about some of the gaps before. So this panel, as for me, and its main objective is to share information. Which priorities, which activities are done, who considers which regulatory changes and amendments, to get to know more about the strategy of SME, which was recently adopted, and sometimes deconflict, and I also heard the word synergy, so to find this synergy or point of contact, and then maybe then follow up these or those issues, and to find out how we should appropriately introduce any changes. Taking into account such an introduction speech, let me tell a couple of words also what is we're doing BRDO in this sphere, to share all the information what you're doing. I will try to be very well, not to speak for too much. We are working with the Ministry of Economy on deregulation. We've analyzed approximately 1,000 of permits and licenses, all of the inspections. We have some progress. Many permits and licenses, hundreds of them, have been cancelled. Many of them are digitalized. This is deregulation block. As for digital transformation for businesses, we launch services on permits at portal of DIA. Dozens are planned for the nearest time and one more dozen for the next year. Many services for businesses, because the businesses ask about that at the multi-donor platforms. More digitalization, less bureaucracy. And of course, regulatory and legal reforms can be found in any reform. So in fact, I think that at this panel, first and foremost, it's important to speak about the changes which are important for the business, because we still have SME Resilience Alliance. So let us narrow down the focus. Let us not speak about all of the legal and regulatory reforms, but about the ones which solve the issues of businesses. That's it from my introduction speech. I'd like to give the floor to Oleksiy. Could you please tell more about the strategy of SME? Oh, you've already done it. Perfect. Would you like to add anything about legal and regulatory framework? Yes, in a nutshell. Business is really willing to get deregulation. We are ready to provide it. The political will is at the high level. And that is why we are paying lots of attention to that. But it seems to me we are still, it's not enough considering the request of business. They want more deregulation. Sometimes we don't even understand how it is reflected, but still we understand that we need to deregulate more. Partially it is slowed down because of the time frame between the decisions and the implementation of this decision. Something can be deregulated through the digitalization, and for that we need to create the system. But we are ready to invest into that, and it's so important for us. And also we have the law 5837 in the parliament, which is conducting non-tax but all of the rest checks for the risk-driven principle. We cannot refuse to use market control because this is the requirement for the EU accession. Now we have the moratorium for the majority of such checks. Several spheres are open. We'll come back to the market control, but still it has to be risk-oriented. If the business, the clean and wide business, conducts business activity properly, it shouldn't know about any of the inspectors. We need to do that through the databases. For that we need to adopt the law. And also we have the plan on deregulation, which we are actively implementing. So this is our roadmap. What and when and where has to take place. If we lack anything in that, we'll definitely add it and we'll deregulate even more. That's about deregulation. Thank you. Thank you, Oleksiy. I will not let you go that easily. Let us assume I am beginning to work in Ukraine, in the embassy. and I would like to design a project. How should I understand the priorities of the Ministry of Economy in the business climate? Which documents I need to read? Well, the strategy of the SME development, obviously, but what else? Or should I read to understand the plans of the Ministry of Economy? No, I think that the strategy is enough. And you should join the alliance and to look at the mapping. We had the link there, and it is much more detailed than it used to be in the presentation. You can see which projects are responsible for what. That's a huge work, and we are so grateful for that, for this help to collect it. And also there is the deregulation plan, and we also have the long-term perspective described on business climate all over the Ukrainian plan. These are the main documents. The plan, the 4-year plan for Ukraine, the plan of sustainability and resilience of SMEs, which is for 4 years as well. It's more detailed. And the strategy of deregulation, which is about this aspect of deregulation. As for the matrix of reforms, well, in fact, the Ukrainian plan, the majority of what we have in the matrix of reforms, it is there. It is from the Ukrainian plan. So this is just more detailed document. Thank you so much, Alexei. I would like to pose the next question to Mr. Markus Koll. I will pose it in English. I don't know why, but still.
What's the link? Do you see a link between legal and regulatory reforms and EU accession? And maybe while you're at it, what's the role of the private sector in this process, in your opinion, and how are you helping that?
What's the connection between the regulatory and legal reforms and the EU accession? And maybe what's the role of the private sector and how do you help it? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question, and it's a great pleasure to be here today in this very esteemed round of experts. Certainly, we heard a lot about the importance of small and medium-sized enterprises in Ukraine's economy. They are the backbone, they're the driver for innovation, they create jobs, and they also contribute to democracy. And coming to the topic of our panel, to ensure that these businesses are thriving and expand their share in the economy, we need a supportive legal and regulatory framework, and where possible, thank you for mentioning this, also deregulation. But now, of course, we cannot talk about this without the perspective of EU accession, which also, in a certain way, might sound a little bit contradictory, right? We deregulate, but then also we talk about the new regulations, the new laws, which has to be adapted thanks to EU regulation. But Ukraine's path to deeper integration with the European Union definitely presents a significant opportunity for growth, for offering clear legal pathways, broader market access, and a stronger foundation for businesses to expand, innovate, and invest. However, aligning Ukraine's legal system with the EU acquis is not just about offering better opportunities, it also involves introducing new laws and regulations that can radically change the way business is actually done. For example, with new standards on product safety, we have to talk about intellectual property, environmental regulation. It's a whole bunch of regulations and laws which has to be seen by businesses when we are moving closer to EU accession. And while bigger corporations have the capacity to deal with all those changes, many smaller businesses lack the capacity to navigate this very complex transition. So for SMEs to successfully take advantage of EU integration, they must be involved very early in the process, and I'm very glad that we have the strategy of the Ministry of Economy as a guidepost for donors, but also for small and medium-sized enterprises to engage in this process of EU accession and to prepare for what is to come. So preparation is crucial. Many SMEs still lack the knowledge and tools to manage upcoming changes. And I mean, we have learned from past reform processes, and the lessons are very clear. First of all, reforms take time. They cannot be rushed. Ukraine's alignment with EU standards is a long-term process, and sustained commitment is really essential. That's why we are all here as donors. Reforms go beyond just legal alignment. They require more than just updating laws. They need also institutional adaptation, strengthening regulatory bodies so they can enforce new EU standards effectively. They need a public-private dialogue. You ask about how to involve also the private sector. Yeah, it's crucial to have continuous dialogue between the government, business associations, SMEs, so that we make sure that the one most affected are heard. We need capacity building for business intermediaries, like, for example, chambers of commerce, for SMEs, but also, of course, for government institutions and agencies. And we need probably new business services, which can help to advise businesses how to deal with all the new regulations and all the new challenges. And last but not least, this was your first question, we need coordination among all the partners. And it's crucial to ensure that donors, government agencies, implementing organizations work together from the start. And here, I think the SME Alliance is just a very, very good example how we can come together. And thank you for inviting everyone to join it. You said, I cannot, as Germany, influence what other donors do. But I strongly believe that the Ukrainian government can. And giving us an SME strategy as a guidepost, which we all should buy into if we want to support Ukraine, is the best way to move forward as a donor community. And the SME Alliance is just a tool to make sure that we all stay to this commitment and work together on this mutual goal. And yeah, Germany is a very long-term partner in this, and we are very happy to support also Ukraine on the further way. We are very happy to be the co-chair together with the Ukrainian government and the EU in the sectoral working group on economic development, which will also be the forum where we will discuss, of course, the SME topic, but also the broader topics of economic growth. And I think this is a big challenge, but definitely worth to do. And I'm very, very glad that so many other countries join us in this. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Дякую.
Thank you. Kirilo, I've heard that recently you've been involved in the interesting research. We are hearing a lot that rule of law is one of the key issues which the businesses are complaining for. Still, rather often this topic is discussed at such events, on the reforms of law, on the legal reforms, but it's not that frequent at the legal business climate or regulatory conferences. Kirilo, could you tell which interesting conclusions you've made when you helped to conduct this research? Thank you. Thank you, Alexei. As of this panel discussion, I decided to share the results of the research on the economic index of rule of law. Everybody is speaking about rule of law, but not that much about what's the price of the lack or availability of rule of law and how it is reflected on the pocket of each Ukrainian. So the co-founder of the Center of Economic Recovery will have the 10th anniversary soon. And we've conducted an interesting research about the economic index of rule of law. It's not a secret for anyone that there is a certain correlation between democracy, flourishing, and rule of law. And I guess it's not a secret as well that Ukraine is in the end of this ranking, with the country with a very low level of rule of law. And all of the countries which became part of the EU during the accession process and after it, they had the increase of GDP and the index of rule of law. So those indicators were growing simultaneously. So if we use the model of the Ministry of Economy, and we reflected it, and calculate these simple correlations, we may say that in Ukraine our GDP would be about 23-24% higher if we had the average level of rule of law in the EU, and 10% higher if we had the regional level. And this is without any of the legal reforms, without DIA, without the tax reforms, just because we protect the interests of investors. Then we went on to calculate the effects, and we conducted some of the expert interviews and also data analysis. We analyzed all of the definitions on the rule of law and its connection with the economy. What we came to, that the rule of law for economy is first of all about the protection of the ownership rights. Secondly, about contracts which are conducted and influence indirectly onto the business activity. And there are indirect consequences, how the legal framework working, and what's the strength of institutions. So we decided to conduct a survey, a very broad one in different sectors and categories of businesses with different size of businesses, and we added the component of data. How many cases are open, how many of them are in the legal system, all the parameters of the economic activity. So we got a very solid index. What it showed us. The first component is the protection of ownership rights. We can prove that in Ukraine, as of ownership rights, we have 73% from the normal level, from the normalcy, in comparison with the level of our neighbors and average European level. What is normal? Let me show you the data of Eurobarometer. In average, the country which we are comparing ourselves to, they have about 95% of the assessment of normalcy indicator. We have 73 only. As of the contracts accomplishment, 71% from normalcy. According to European data, 85-86%. The lowest is at different issues, the highest at the public administration, 57% of how it should have been done. As for the legal system, interesting data is there. We could see 54% of normalcy. But if we break down who faced the legal system and who did not face legal system, those who never faced legal system, they assess it worse. So the thing is improving. If we look at the anti-corruption framework, it's 71% from normalcy, and the lowest estimate is the estimate by the citizens how the state is working in anti-corruption, whether the institutions are efficient, so the indicators and assessment is low.
If we look at the strengths of institutions, 53% of normalcy, and this is about stability of public policies. And the good news here are that almost 70% of normalcy are attributed to the participation of civil society organization in activities of the state. So we see that business associations and NGOs, they really do impact the situation in the country. Well, if we'll talk about data component, we'll see that now we have 58% of European level of rule of law normalcy in the EU, and this is shocking. Can I clarify? If we'll try to transform it into insights for donors, what should we do? What shouldn't we do? What should be taken into account? What not? For example, if we didn't know this information before you informed us about these results, what would you recommend to take into account when designing programs? Well, this index, this is rather a number. This project was supported by Justice for All project financed by USAID. I hope that this index is going to be annual, and then you'll be able to track interventions, impact on businesses, and it will be possible to track the progress. As to two major elements which impact on the rule of law, property rights and contracts enforcement, this is our top priority we should look at. In my opinion, anti-corruption issues and anti-corruption bodies, this is the last mile for champions, and all these open criminal proceedings, activities of all the bodies before the court, this is the biggest problem. We have PRI agencies in our country which tell our Western partners that Ukrainian proceedings are not the same which the European ones. This is like an invitation for dialogue, and we should fix that. And as to property rights, this is about taxes, custom duties. This is all about issues when the state can take something from you. So they are not studied properly yet. No. They are studied properly yet, but they are not addressed properly, I would say. So we have to work on them. So what do you think when creating a questionnaire? Well, we should also look at the issue of contract enforcement, or what. I will give you a few parameters. How many businesses, what percentage of businesses lost something? 11%. Because of whom? Because of law enforcement agencies' actions. Yes, so 11%. As far as I was facing this problem, I faced this problem, but I haven't lost anything. But this is approximately almost a half. We protect ourselves. Approximately 10% are taken from ourselves. We lose them, but rest we can defend. So we are ready to share our experience and to provide details about that. Thank you, Kirilo. Thank you for your information. Alexander, the business which is being deprived of property by law enforcement agencies or state bodies when they do something wrong and they breach the law and do not protect the bodies. I think that you and your team are working to solve this problem. Can you please tell us what are you doing in this regard? Thank you, Alexei. I was listening to Kirilo, and as to the last study, well, this is very useful, especially in line we're doing with our activities in Pulse. Pulse is a platform to collect feedbacks from businesses in Ukraine, and our major goal is to become a consolidated voice of entrepreneurs in Ukraine and to help solving problems and issues, the ones like Kirilo has mentioned. This is very valuable because now when we are trying to rethink our form for feedback provision, we are also cooperating with business associations and they provide their feedback and on the form, and we are taking it into account because it's very important for us to understand how we can make simpler reporting for businesses. So we develop different schemes how these issues can be solved further on. How can we advocate them? Because now we have 255 feedbacks. We are processing them, and for me personally, Pulse, if talking in business terms, is a startup which is still looking its product market fit to cover the need of businesses. As of now, we have two additional ambitious goals, business petitions. We want to unite businesses and to make them a united voice to escalate their problems to the higher level, and the regional dashboard to solve problems in regions, especially in localities where they do emerge. We would like to have responsible persons in regions and they would be responsible for helping in resolution of the problems. We are very grateful to our donors, to USAID for their support, because thanks to their support we were able to make Pulse a national platform, a provider for solving businesses' problems. As of now, we already have an aim to integrate into one of the most popular state services, into some platform. I will not provide further details now, but we hope that Pulse will be presented in different public institutions and online and offline as stickers with QR codes. I didn't take my laptop with me, but I also have it stick to my notebook. So we are going to have one single point to help businesses in solving their problems in Ukraine. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, donors can share the information when programming the activities regarding the availability of Pulse, right? Yes, share the information, support the activities, because What is the main call? Now we have a main call to have better results. To have them, we need to understand businesses, to understand their issues, and to offer solutions. So our primary goal is to continue helping businesses and to continue working on the project. Thank you. I've demonstrated, I don't know if you've seen it, Pulse.gov.ua. This is the website. It will be improved very soon. A huge update is coming. Now it's working in a test mode. You can visit the website. Please do share the information about it. Now I will have a question to Michal Fedenchik. I will ask it in English. Ukrainian? Okay. OECD cooperates with Ukraine for quite a time, and we all know that OECD provides reports of quite quality. I know that recently you've commenced working even more tightly with Ukraine, and you've published a number of reports describing digitalization issues and SMEs development. Can you please tell us a little bit more about these reports? What are key insights and conclusions out of them? Thank you very much, Alexei, for your question. Good afternoon. Yes, OECD cooperates with Ukraine for many years already, and with the Ministry of Economy as well. One of the fields of cooperation is SMEs reform support. We have a number of projects. One of these projects is related to the digitalization of businesses, and here we work in partnership with GIZ and German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, which provides support to the Ministry of Economy. We supported Ministry of Economy with the development of the strategy which is presented today, and we continue working on related issues. But today I'd like to talk more about one of the projects which is more relevant to the topic of this discussion, and which is related to competitive advantages of our organization, specifically on the development of policy recommendations and support of structural reforms in Ukraine. I mean the project which is financed in Ukraine by the European Union. This is the project SME Policy Index. This is the name of this project. So this project is aimed to compare 5 partnership countries in the field of facilitation and promotion of SMEs policies in 5 countries. In the EU country, in comparison with the EU countries and other developed countries. In May, we had the 4th report presented. This report is developed for 12 areas. As I've mentioned, Ukraine is one of 5 countries for which we develop such a comparison. And it is my pleasure to say that last report demonstrated that Ukraine became a leader in terms of support to SMEs reforms in all 12 areas which were assessed. We've observed quite a significant progress there, but in general, comparing with other countries, you have no competition, you are the leader. I won't concentrate my attention on the presentation of this report. It is available publicly, and if you'd like, after this panel discussion, together with Martha, my colleague, I am ready to provide you more details on that. But I'd like to mention a few highlights. What are the strengths of Ukraine in terms of SME support? Well, we see that innovative tools for business support develop very well in Ukraine. For example, Dia portal and other digital tools, they are very powerful. This is one point. Second important and powerful component in Ukraine, training programs in Ukraine for SMEs. And the third, especially important in the conditions of full-scale innovation, is financial support for SMEs. Even despite martial law and wartime period, banking sector operates well, and 579 program is very efficient and brings good results. Why did I mention that? Because we prepare these reports not just to assess the situation for specific country, but to provide recommendations. As I mentioned, this is quite a strong side of OECD in terms of what can be improved in Ukraine. And this report contains such recommendations, and I may say that for us it is very important to see that our recommendations are reflected in the strategy. The strategic goals which were mentioned by Alexei when he was presenting the strategy, they are clearly in line with our recommendations. Due to lack of time, I won't name all the recommendations. I will name only the most important ones now, and then if you need to know more, reach me out, please. Well, the first recommendation: availability of financial sector for SMEs in Ukraine. As I've mentioned, there are efforts to finance businesses in Ukraine, but that should be developed further. Ukraine should create new forms of funding for SMEs, factoring and other mechanisms. And also, one more important thing, considering your perspective to become a member of the European Union, greening the business tools should be introduced in Ukraine. Unfortunately, they are not developed in Ukraine yet, but this is actually the field which is very sensitive for the EU. One more important aspect Ukraine should consider are procedures related to bankruptcy and insolvency and recovery for SMEs. Here we should see further developments. Yes, now conditions are harsh and businesses may close, but there should be offers to businesses which may help them to recover. And last but not least, digitalization. Of course, Ukraine is a very strong player in this field. It has a lot of tools to support SMEs, but Ukraine should move on further and to develop new tools and develop new possibilities for SMEs, and especially in terms of organizing training for businesses. Of course, it is necessary to assess how efficient trainings were and how they were how they corresponded to the needs of businesses. So on the basis of this assessment, it is necessary to develop further programs which should address specific needs of businesses, not just to teach them how to use DIA or whatsoever. I could continue, but due to lack of time, I won't do that. We are going to continue supporting Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, and we're going to do that in line with our programs. Soon we're going to implement two many important programs: regulatory policy review and SME and entrepreneurship policy review. They will be launched in coming years, but we're going to construct them in a way, as Marcus has mentioned, to avoid overlapping with other partners and to cover the needs of the Ministry of Economy in implementing this strategy. Thank you very much, and during the breaks I am available to you along with my colleague Martha. Thank you very much. Very interesting insights. I'm happy to say that OECD has an office in Ukraine, and hope that this is the example other donors and organizations would follow. Thank you for important insights. Now I'd like to refer a question to Danilo. We have two representatives from businesses, and after Danilo, we will see how our discussion is moving forward, because well, we will definitely have to talk how our activities really address the needs and priorities of businesses. But as of now, let's first ask Danilo. Danilo. This panel, you are the only one who represent very large and important project. Could you please tell us a little bit more about this project and what are you working on in terms of the MSP strategy? Thank you very much for inviting me. Wonderful discussion for me today. You know, I've heard already a lot of insights. I believe that it is a very important event for all of us. I'll say a few words about our program. We are the program of digital transformation activity. This is a 5-year program supported by the US and UK governments, and our main focus is the development of economy, transparent recovery, and proper governance through digital tools.
As you can see, those are our three main objectives. They are really organically intertwined with, in fact, the strategy for the development of SMEs. And in fact, almost in each of the elements of this strategy, in each of the activities, we have something which we fully or partially, where we could be present. So here I'd like to apologize in front of my colleagues from the Alliance and Secretariat that we were not timely to provide information about the activities which could have been supported by us, because in this data collection process, during the collection phase, we were just in the planning phase of our second year for implementation. But what's demonstrative and important for me today in this event, in the context of coordination, is that I have seen many interesting points where we are already present as a program, or where, for instance, we could have been present, but so far it is shown as a gap. So really it is important. So I'd like to express my gratitude to everyone who was involved in the mapping process. This procedure is incredibly important in the context of inter-project coordination. As of how we are working, we, as an implementer, the Eurasia Foundation, we are working in the consortium with several non-profit organizations, among which BRDO, Kyiv School of Economy, Transparency International, and in fact, in this or that way, they are already involved in the implementation and accomplishment of certain missions of this strategy. Undoubtedly, we can see also several more opportunities where we could support the projects. So I'm really happy that the strategy itself is created according to the principles of maximum digitalization, because we understand that during these times of huge challenges, which are war challenges for us, maybe only the technologies and digital tools can become our competitive advantage in the context of our competition in the world market and in the generation of some of our economic growth. Here I would like to move to and to tell you about several tools which we are working already with, our vision about their development. and I'd like to emphasize where we could be involved potentially. I do apologize for delving too deep into the operational plan strategy, but it seems to me it's so important. So, as of now, I would like to begin... No, one more important moment. I'd like to emphasize that within our program we are working with the three beneficiaries, that is the Ministry of Economy, the Ministry of Digital Transformation, and the Ministry of Recovery. And this is more or less the distribution of our capacities. Oleksiy, in his introduction speech, said that we are a big program. That's true. We have substantially big budget, that is $150 million for 5 years. And we hope that within this funding we'll be able to provide this influence onto the accomplishment of the tasks of the strategy of SMEs. So moving to the tasks which we are supporting already within our cooperation with the Ministry of Economy. Alexander Tsiburt already mentioned about the Pulse. This is one of the tools which we consider important and which we are supporting since the very beginning. We really hope that this toolkit will really become a barometer of the current situation which we have now in the context of business activity. We can even see such indicators there, like the index of entrepreneurship community, which is not at the highest level, by the way. However, we understand the reality today, so I think that the accomplishment of the strategy will lead to the increase of this indicator, so they correlate. So we'll have it reflected in the growth of this index. Moreover, we are also working on the creation of the register of Ukrainian manufacturers. This register has several important tasks. First and foremost, it is also working with the strategy, because this is the issue of support of manufacturing facilities and productions for SMEs with Ukrainian localization in the context of the grants provision, some of the loans allocation, involvement of investments, and other financial tools to provide the help and support in their development. Moreover, we have other spheres, like public procurement, where potentially the data of this register will be used. It was mentioned a lot today, and the survey reflects that as well, that this is the issue with the workforce. The workforce, with their qualification, with the number of people who are accessible today for the businesses, and we are ready to support, and we've already discussed it with the Ministry of Economy, we are ready to support digitalization of the existing program. This is the training voucher program, the digital voucher program, which will be provided directly, targetedly, to the people, the category of people who are needed for a certain branch or sphere. And they will allow to use certain vouchers in cash to get through upskilling and reskilling programs. Why is that important as digitalization? Because we have a huge experience of the implementation of similar projects with the use of the money which can be used only targetedly, in this case for training only. Also, one of the important tools which seems to have been mentioned by Oleksiy, which is important in the regulation context, that is one of the important issues which were emphasized today by Oleksiy Sobolev and Oleksiy Dorohany, are the deregulation issues. Within our mandate, we are ready to go on supporting the interinstitutional working groups on deregulation, and also we are ready to support the digital tool which has the name of e-permit, within which digital tools the tools for access to the market are digitalized. And a couple of last strokes from me about other measures which we were ready to support. That is the issue of the accounting of losses of the businesses. I'd like to highlight that within the previous program, which was before digital transformation activity, we've done a lot in the context of the creation of the ecosystem for recovery and compensations, reimbursements for the citizens for the damaged and destroyed property, the creation of the register of this property, and integration with a certain international register of losses which is in The Hague, and creation of certain services. So we would be really happy to be involved in this work as well. And the last point, which was highlighted today, there is a gap. Well, I don't remember what chapter that is, but it was mentioned in Activity 9 on improving standards for professional certificate training program for civil servants responsible for public procurement. That's what EGAP showed. But for 8 years, within our cooperation with Kyiv School of Economy and within the Excellency Program for Procurement, we are supporting this task. We have an ambitious plan to train more than 2,000 people during the next 5 years within this program. So again, I'd like to apologize that we are not that timely. We had a delay submitting the information about ourselves, so I would be really happy to coordinate with other programs so that we could avoid these overlaps. And again, I'd like to thank you for the wonderful work on mapping. That is just what we need now at this stage. Thank you so much, and I'm ready for the discussion. Thank you, Danilo. So now, in fact, we have only one way out. The next meeting of Alliance should be co-organized with your project, I guess. I have still a question, a short question to you. Everybody get used to that. If we have the project on the stage, it is already planned, designed, documented, it is telling what it is doing, and it will not do anything else, only what they tell about. So we shouldn't even call them or offer something new. Well, we can do that, but not that big. Is it true about your program? Or other programs, ministries, businesses can get to you with some reforms, some changes, which cover the policy component, the training component, but still they don't have the digital component. Can they get to you in such cases? Well, look, we are trying to be as flexible as possible. Even in the design of the program itself, we were trying not to make it all carved in stone, because we are living in a very dynamically changing environment during such times, which need really a very nice degree of flexibility. Obviously, we are ready to change gradually, considering the circumstances. We are ready to respond to the time challenges of today and the circumstances as well. We are ready to consider the requests, because we have enough of experience in the context of the creation of digital tools for businesses, citizens, and the state. Thank you, colleagues. Please pay attention to that. Then we are moving to Andriy. Andriy, the priorities. The issues which we mentioned today at this event, are they resonating among Ukrainian businesses? Which priorities do you see in your work? This is the overall question. And then targetedly, how do you cooperate and interact with the state authorities? Because you are uniting businesses. What questions can we ask you about? Okay, thank you. Good day. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Andriy Yarashov, head of the Center of Analytics at SUP. In fact, the SUP was created by the entrepreneurs for the entrepreneurs without oligarchs. That is just for the entrepreneurs who have created their business from scratch, so they definitely know how to work in Ukraine. An interesting statistical piece of data, considering that we have almost 1,000 of members. As of today, 42% are small businesses, not micro businesses, but small businesses. And as for medium business, that is 14% more. So 56% of our organization is SME. So I'm always dividing them into two groups. The first group is the one which is doing every day, doing that hard, but the second one is just the ones who can afford themselves just to see the perspective, to see what they'd like to achieve. I liked what Marcus said, and I like this phrase as well, that deregulation is not equal to euro integration. I would say those are opposite systems, in fact. That is why our board of directors had an ambitious objective that we need to be part of euro integration, and that is why we joined many of the negotiations groups, so that we could have the office in Brussels and European representation office. But the main point is that within reintegration, which is already additional regulation, we need to create the system within which our entrepreneur will be even more protected from the regulations which will be introduced later. That is why this is the important and complicated task, and really we have to explain to many businesses what are the reasons of certain regulations. Well, definitely, as for deregulation, I need to say that the Ministry of Economy is the main driver of deregulation, because deregulation has been done a lot in Ukraine. So I'd like to mention that mainly that is about all of the businesses, but SMEs are the ones who have the biggest influence in 4 key points. That is regulation itself, because this is the increase of the price of administration, and also SMEs is the limited or scarce human resource of the people who are working in the companies. The second one is predictability, because in Ukraine, unfortunately, you cannot plan for the long-term perspective any of your business processes. We can see the latest changes on the reservation from drafting. We can see that you cannot foresee anything, what will influence and how. The staff resource or the human resource is very important as well. Today it's the challenge number 1, and many companies already got permits for the foreigners to employ them in Ukraine, but still they face a different issue, that our embassies are not that quick to work in other countries to provide the staff resource which is necessary, which we need to cooperate with. And the law enforcement system. I would like to thank Kirilo that he shared interesting points about contracts. This is one of my favorite points. And we even, at SUP, we created a group so that the contracts were accomplished as efficiently as possible. And the participants are working in different contracts, but we don't have any conflict situations. This is the most interesting point. It is working, and people don't go to courts. Still, I'd like to mention that unfortunately we register, and we are not the only one, other business associations also register, that we are not that well heard by the government. It is not about separate ministries, because still, as I said, the Ministry of Economy is really open, as well as the Ministry of Digital Transformation, the Ministry of Healthcare, the Ministry of Infrastructure, but there are certain issues which are still not solved. For instance, one of the top priorities, well, maybe not priorities, but still the problem which our business faced, and we already urged to become exporters in the Latin America. We have some companies which deliver to Latin America, and they have huge fines because the foreign currency is not brought back in time. As in Argentina, there are certain legal restrictions when you can bring back the foreign currency revenue. And for Ukraine, this time period is only 180 days. And the goods are delivered during 180 days only. It's not deregulation, of course, it's regulation, but it needs to be efficient. it needs to take into account the circumstances, the current ones. In fact, business in Ukraine, its peculiarity is that they appoint the task today and they think that in a couple of days it will be accomplished. Well, it should have been accomplished yesterday, but we'll give you just a couple of days to accomplish the assignment. In fact, it is not working like that. The bureaucratic machine needs to be pushed, and I'm really happy that now we have a kind of pulse to provide and to solve more issues. The problems and the issues of the entrepreneurs is that they cannot always formulate what issue they face. And this is the role of business associations, to translate their words, to understand what they mean, and to translate it into the bureaucratic language with the initiatives of the changes so that this process would be launched. I hope that the government... Well, of course, we have some of the issues which business associations are not communicating about because of certain obvious reasons, but altogether we'd like to be as involved in deregulation as possible in the issue of euro integration and new regulation. Of course, we are expecting for the adoption of 5857 on the protection of ownership rights. I think that everybody heard that it was adopted in the first reading, 2089, the law on the land lots. And we hope that it will be adopted because it is important. It is about the protection of ownership rights, because the businesses shouldn't be responsible if at the public lots, at the local self-governance authorities don't do enough. Some documents are not issued, and some of the property is not taken into consideration, and many properties are now nationalized, and we hope it will be sold quickly so that the economy sphere could have more free competition. So the businesses shouldn't be responsible what they buy, and when they found out that somebody did not do enough, then they have issues with the law enforcement system. Obviously, we have to explain our Western partners that when the criminal cases are opened in Ukraine, it does not always mean a crime. Unfortunately, it's just the beginning of communication. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrei. Are you ready to cooperate with donors? Or maybe it could be two different formats. One, counseling, second, common implementation of different projects. Yes, of course, we are ready to cooperate with donors. We have businesses who are ready to provide details on the problem through us as kind of interpreters. And yes, I mentioned that we've opened an office, but we rather became a part of Business Europe, and we understand that in line with euro integration aspirations and movement, it is important to have such an office for our businesses because they will be vulnerable after some initiatives will be implemented. So they have to develop capacity how to treat new environments because they survived quite harsh times when they had pressure from tax system and enforcement system and so on. Thank you, Andrea. I haven't heard VAT declarations from you, and that's good, but any communications with entrepreneurs will raise this problem in any case. Maybe Dmitro wanted to ask about it. No, I don't want to talk about that. Well, this is one of the reasons why such associations are necessary, because many businesses are not they have to somehow communicate their problems, especially regarding VAT invoices or tax invoices. Well, Dmitro, you are a member of the business community. You are not the representative of management bodies of the business associations, but I'd really like to hear your thoughts on problems and priorities for the future. I'd like to add that I am also member of the board of furniture producers associations, and well, majority of our businesses are small, only 3% are big. And what about our associations? We do not almost no one cooperates with the state. We are rather discussing purely business problems related to our operations. Our biggest pain is for now is the booking from mobilization and fleeting of our managers abroad, because we are lacking workforce, and we are very interested in export. Actually, internal consumption decreased by 4% and export decreased by 25%, and as of now we really struggle. We have two key issues, which of one is booking of key employees, transparency of booking process, the system, how it should be done, and exhibitions, traveling abroad. This is also a very painful issue. It might not look huge, but you cannot plan meetings with the foreign partners or exhibitions because you have no idea how long the system is going to operate and how long limitations will sustain. Now we have a moratorium. We don't really feel any control from the state. We've been 3 times assigned with checks from the tax administration, but nobody came. But that's good, yes, that's good, that's really good. But, well, you know, we live in different times, unknown times, never known times. We've never expected we will face the situation like now. Of course, there should be a cooperation with the state, because usually, you know, we believe that we don't cooperate with state. We have no communications with public authorities. But when I watch TV and the president said that he doesn't happy how mobilization is going, maybe something is wrong there. That's right. But in 2 days, State Security Service came to us. I was waiting for anyone, but not them. They were very friendly. They've just said that we have to check the documents you've applied for critical enterprise classification. Well, but why didn't they go to the public authority we have submitted documents to? Why they decided to go to us, to the business, but not to them, to the state, to public authorities who are really in charge of that? Why don't they work with them, not with us? So this is the second part, which is very worrying for us, because we don't really understand what changes can come. I'd like to ask you regarding the problems you've raised. So something, is it becoming worse? Is it the same, or it is becoming better? As to booking for the second year, we now have DIA, some procedure. It became much simpler. But still we have, you know, in Escada we have 100 employees, and we have to book 10 of them. How to bring these people to the recruitment center? Well, it's not an easy task, because we don't have trust to them. DIA made it simpler. We've managed to do it in a simple way, so it works perfectly fine. And this part, Reserve Plus and DIA, is magic. We've been waiting for the last 20 years. We are working in business. As to business trips outside of Ukraine. It's been simplified, but it's not really clear if you'll be able to really leave the country. So these businesses, they, well, how they should, what should they do? Because, you know, for small producers, the situation is really tough. They cannot leave the country, go on a business trip. For medium or large businesses, they can survive, but smaller businesses, I believe, no. And but situation is getting better, at least in some areas. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. I'd like to bring to the table my priorities as to booking in business trips outside of Ukraine. I'd like to offer not to make a line between programs for business development and economy development and topics related to defense related needs and business trips outside of the country. If you listen carefully, you'll understand that these are very important problems. Our donors had no experience of working with such issues, but we have to think how can we improve the situation and solve these problems to make the situation better. Well, the moderator promised to interrupt me. Well, your discussion at the end was very important and active, but nevertheless, coffee is ready for you. I'd like to express my gratitude to all of you for this very interesting discussion during this roundtable. Let's make a brief break. Let's make a brief for 15 minutes, and then I will invite you to get back. So we have a break for 15 minutes.
Шановні учасники дискусії.
Dear participants of our event, we kindly invite you to get back to your places. We are already behind of our schedule. We should continue our discussion because we have important topics to discuss. We have the next roundtable, which has name Building Stronger SMEs, Supporting Infrastructure and Capacity Building. This section will be moderated by Hagen Etner, Program Director React for UA from GIZ, and I will help him to invite other participants of the round table to the floor, and or I will present those who are already sitting at the table. So, this round table will be presented by Mr. Alexander Palazov, Director of the Department for Regulatory Policy and Entrepreneurship from Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, Valery Dobrovolsky, Manufacturing and Future Industries Competitiveness Director from USA. Olga Gvozdeva, Advisor at the Entrepreneurship and Export Promotion Office, Anastasia Baklan, Project and Partnership Manager from Helvetus Swiss Incorporation Ukraine, Alexandra Yurchak, CEO of the Ukrainian Cluster Alliance, Olena Kovalova, Senior National Liaison Expert at UNIDO, Nina Delani, Head Recovery Energy and Growth Team at the British Embassy, Kyiv, Dmitro Livch, Chairman and CEO at the NGO Easy Business, Eduard Maltsev, Deputy Dean of Kyiv Mohila Business School, Larissa Samosonok, Analyst of Business Development Services for MSMEs, Natalia Derkach, International Business Development Project Coordinator, Prana Recuperators, Olga Veselovska, Head of NGO, Association of Women Ambassadors of Ukraine, and we invite Valeria Zabashta, Head of the Sector of New Forms of International Cooperation at Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We wish you fruitful discussion, and for Mr. Hagen it will be a complicated mission. You have only 1 hour and so many participants of this roundtable. It will be difficult, but I wish you success.
It's going to be a tough job. I have to. That's for sure. 1 hour. So previously we had 8 speakers. Now we have 13. So we really have to be very concise. But I'm sure we'll make it. I'm very happy to cover this second round. So before that, we heard about the legal and regulatory environment. After that, we'll hear about access to finance, all key issues when it comes to SME development. Now we are talking about capacities, about skills of SMEs, and also of the supporting environment, what is needed for that. And when we look at the SME strategy, that's quite a long list of strategic objectives in this area. So it also ranges from innovations, digital transformation, green transition, responsible and inclusive business, really quite a broad range of areas. And Alexander, you were already mentioning in your intervention, you had quite some difficulties when you were involved in the drafting of the SME strategy. So many things, big demand. So how difficult was it actually for you to prioritize and to focus when you were working on the SME strategy?
Hello, dear participants of this roundtable. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to literally everyone, and to development partners and organizers and businesses and associations. This is our common work, as Alexei Sobolev has mentioned already. We've had a lot of consultations and you all were engaged. I'm very grateful to you, and I hope that our alliance will succeed. Was it difficult? Yes and no at the same time. Problems are rather obvious, and we all know them, understand them. We have to solve them. This is clear for us. But on the other side, how we can do it from the structural point of view in a way so it is going to work for all of us. It was a challenge for us all, but thanks to our common efforts, we've managed to receive this final product, which is valued high by the experts. But nevertheless, we already hear some remarks that we missed something or something is not there. But it is as it is. SMEs are 80% of jobs, and starting from the full-scale innovation, businesses have faced number of challenges. Supply chains were interrupted, low demand, raw materials prices, access to funds, and problems with workforce. This is why we started developing the strategy. We have managed to organize a very profound process. We've spent a year collecting proposals. And this brings us to the topic of this roundtable topic, to the issue of capacity. We already have some structure to underpin it, but nevertheless, we have to reinforce our activities. Our development partners claim that we are lacking coordinations to avoid overlapping and to enable effective feedback. I hope that thanks to our common efforts, we've reached what we've reached, and we should continue.
Thanks very much. So you were mentioning, okay, it was a joint effort, and that's also needed. When we look at the strategy, you are envisaging also the combination of things the Ukrainian government will do on itself with own funding, but also other areas where international support is needed, and also where funds from international partners are required. So how do you see this interplay also on the roles from government side, from international partners, and from the interaction?
Well, in general, governmental programs and donor programs, they create a tandem, and they work as joint fists, so to say. But if you look at governmental programs, they are mostly of a general nature. Geosela and other programs, they cover all Ukraine, and they refer all groups of population. Of course, there are sectoral governmental programs, but in majority of cases, government tries to cover everyone to help them. As to donor programs, they are more flexible. They can focus, they can be targeted, they can be smaller, and they can focus their attention on specific groups of population. For example, inclusion, women entrepreneurship, veterans, youth, and so on. Also, donor programs, they complement governmental and extend them in some way. We welcome them in all areas. And I also would like to mention that we are really in need of a powerful coordination. Alexei Drohan, if he's here still, he has mentioned already about the necessity, well, donors don't like to raise this topic often, but we have to organize coordination to reach the effect we'd like to reach.
Thanks a lot. And when you look at the different areas of the strategy, so some are requiring really a substantial amount of funds, other probably a bit less, but more targeted approaches. So from your perception, and also probably from the results of the mapping, where do you see the major gaps in support still?
Implementation of every activity, in fact, requires co-financing. Well, we will always be lacking money because there are a lot of problems. It's quite natural, you know, it's always like that. We have less resources than those who consume them. That is why we have to create mechanisms to implement that in the strategy we have envisaged all possible sources of financing: public budget, donor funds, private capital, international foundations, international and European programs like Horizon, Erasmus, and so on. That's all what we have to use in the most efficient way, and in the strategy we also envisage specific steps in terms of improvement of efficiency of engagement with these programs. You know, there is an initiative of our companies to facilitate participation of our companies in foreign projects and programs, because sometimes they don't have capacity to write applications in English and so on. We have to build a capacity, some institutions which will be able to help such businesses to develop their capacities, to help them find funding. And also I'd like to say that we have created Alliance of Resilience not for nothing. We believe that this institute is going to be efficient and will be able to build up an efficient coordination mechanism.
Thank you so much, Alexander, for the clear perspective also from government side. Now, Valerie, I would like to shift to you from the side of the flagship program from USAID, the SEP program. So there you're working really in a broad range of various sectors, and I think have quite a good overview on the needs and also potentials in different areas. So from your experience and from your project experience, where do you see the biggest potential also, the biggest demand in certain sectors?
All right, thank you very much, Hagen. Where is the magic box? How to solve all the problems, right? I understand I can be talking in Ukrainian as far as the discussion goes, so я з вашого дозволу продовжу українською.
If you allow me, I will be speaking Ukrainian. I'm Valery Dobrovolsky, USAID Competitiveness Director. We are one of the main programs to support business from USAID. We are a 7-year program, almost finalized in 2025. It's since 2018. So the budget is $170 million, and the macro level task is to help move on in the transforming of the economy into more diversified, inclusive and competitive economy. We are doing that in different methods and programs, and as you mentioned, we were working with different sectors in all of the regions of Ukraine with different levels of the companies, and we focused on the SMEs, but during the last 2 years our focus shifted onto the medium and bigger businesses, because those companies, according to our opinion, have higher potential to give what the Ukrainian economy needs: job places, investments, new sales, export sales, which is really coinciding with the KPIs of the companies we are helping. And what are we observing? Let us take our accumulated experience during these 7 years. What did we do? We have been given and are giving grants, but this is not free money. We are considering grants as co-investment projects with our partners, the companies which are capable to efficiently take injection capital so that we could incentivize their growth and further co-investments. Now we're in the process of the implementation of 80 grants for medium and bigger companies with the checks of from $100,000 to $500,000. Just imagine the influence onto the private sector, and the ones who get it are from 20 regions: electronics, textile companies, food companies, furnishing ones, all of the manufacturing sectors, or the ones which we consider in USAID rebuilding and recovery sectors, the ones which are key to create the foundation for the recovery of economy of Ukraine, with very simple and specific KPIs: further investments, the creation of job places, creation of new sales, and the launch of the local cycle for the growth of the companies, which are the foundation for the tax paying. We need to go on with the situation where our business will take the main part on filling of the budget with taxes. And obviously, this is the medium-term, not even long-term perspective. We were looking at the grants. The grants in the majority is the individual configuration, what the company needs from the perspective of the manufacturing equipment or some services for growth. But every time they are totally different. So we thought, how can we create the scaling of this approach to the bigger number of companies? Because the needs are much higher. We are capable to help more companies. So we defined 6 typical types of manufacturing equipment, 6 typical business services, which are needed to more companies simultaneously in different sectors and regions. And so we formed additional portfolio of 110 companies, which are getting equipment of laser cutting and also the calculation and devices and the different stands and tables, textile cutting tables, which are used by textile companies, so that we not that spending that much of efforts, and we could quicker get the similar result in certain sectors which have the highest potential in the creation of job places and the launch of the investment cycle of the company. The services are the expert consultations, marketing services, lean management. Well, lean, you know, that the companies need to be more efficient. So we are taking the companies which already know what lean is, but they go on increasing their productivity because we are less productive than the markets and the companies with which we will be working in the EU and in the world in the medium-term perspective, and the ones which have grown, have a nice product, but don't have the proper production process, the organization of business, and they need to think about that already. Marketing is the companies which have already good product, they understand their market, they have capacity for that, but they need additional toolkit to format themselves properly, and so on and so forth. We were working with the grants, and we consider them as co-investment projects for businesses. We were working with direct support of companies through the equipment and services, and in fact such support has to go on. But we consider that especially valuable for the donors and companies is the model where we have skin in the game from the company, where in fact we support the potential investment cycle which the company is thinking about, but maybe is not bold enough or courageous enough to go on along with it. So we are the incentivizing factor for the growth of the investment. When you are growing, you need to sell more and to export more. So we always supported export, and we will support it. And here, where we help the Office on the Development of Export and Entrepreneurship, a wonderful organization working with many businesses, and we're also directly helping businesses, sectoral alliances through the trade missions and export alliances through other tools. We implemented more than 80 trade missions since 2019. And we went to the more complicated model of export alliances. We have 9 of them, where the companies are in more long-term and stable format, adding the value proposition so that to be presented at the key markets in the more systematic way, to generate more result and to provide the production here. When you provide and promote export, you need more comprehensive and efficient business environment to work in it. And here we are supporting what we say BSO, business support organizations. Those are all of the organizations which are helping the businesses together. Sectoral associations, business clusters, regional trade chambers of trade and commerce chambers, so that they could do whatever the business is needing, and what leads to new investment, sales, new job places, but with the regional perspective or sectoral perspective, which is much more comprehensible for them, where we are becoming an enabler. What else? During the last year and a half, 2 years, we went into one of the biggest issues for business, that is human capital. We have the project of 25 programs on workforce development. When we say workforce development, we mean reskilling, upskilling, and when we say reskilling, upskilling, we mean education and employment. So we would like us to be competitive, but we'd like you to be employed because the country needs taxes. And the earnings are needed by your families. And also we create different programs. This is the harder zone for support, where we develop our competencies. We have huge national projects. One of the examples is partnership with Coursera and with Happy Monday, where we train 30,000 of Ukrainians. We reskill them so that we could create 8,000 of job places through the partnerships with of more than 1,000 employers who are showing what type of employees with which skills are needed by them today and tomorrow, so that Coursera could help to create this skill set and maybe certification so that they could be employed. So it is education and employment, as I said, and sectoral programs. For instance, on Friday there will be the graduation of logistics experts, and on Friday we'll have the graduation of welders from Orion Group company, and we're working both as business support organization, as the Trademaster Group in logistics, and directly with the businesses. Orion Group is the company working in metal processing in Krukivshchina, and it is training the welders. They will hire whoever they can, but they will transfer or delegate the ones to their company colleagues. And also we came to the sphere which is really perspective. Oh, Hagen, I know, I'm almost over. That's almost the end. But we'll need more efforts together, that is to involve new segments of employees in the professions where traditionally men are dominating. We are training the women to use harder equipment. It is harder, and we also try to train the women for the trucks, to be truck drivers. That is 1,000 of applications for 100 job places, and the market is big. About 25,000 potential drivers can be hired, can be employed, and the demand is high. This is a good profession when you can quickly train and just earn a lot with the help of that. So to conclude, we consider, and our experience shows, and the KPI of our company show, that we need to go on searching for mutually profitable co-investment partnership with businesses, supporting them for their economic growth and further investments. We need to create and develop the programs of access to capital, because as you know, our debt per company is much lower than in the EU, and there are several factors we need to work on. We need to create market linkages, and our expert work and companies and all the latest trends show that this is the perspective sphere, and this problem is much bigger than the number of solutions existent at the market. And we also need to think on the support of human capital, because all of the companies need employees. 3 weeks ago we conducted a so-called contingency plan session where we wanted to understand ourselves how business is changing and what we need to do differently to help them better. We surveyed the businesses we are working with. Number one is the problem with human capital. And when we asked the companies, what do you do to solve the issue, almost all of the options were mentioned by them. The companies are really fighting for their people, and they would need support from different organizations so that we could help create proper set of programs. So our program with a portfolio of 25 programs is okay, but I know that USAID is interested to develop this sphere, so it will be a huge issue for all of us, which I hope we'll be able to solve. I do apologize for taking so much time. Thank you.
Thank you very much also, and pointing at this very important point where we also need really this collective effort to work together. On the other hand, also to lining out how you're combining different support instruments with co-investments, combining equipment with skills development, and also working with BSO and alliances. And you also mentioned two important points I'd like to follow up with Olga. Entrepreneurship and exports. That's you are presenting today EPO. Both is in your name, and the name of your organization. Yeah, how do you see the link of the two? And also for EPO, where do you set priorities currently?
Thank you very much, Hagen. Actually, I have a small presentation, if it's ready, but I will also switch to Ukrainian to answer your question.
I wanted to say a couple of words about the office. I think that you've all heard about it. So far I don't see my presentation, but I will start my speech. So the advantage of the office is that as one of the institutions which has been created for the development of export, we were introduced to the European family of the organizations of trade promotion. These are the organizations which were defined by the government as separate ones for the development of entrepreneurship and development of export, with the focus directly on SMEs. And the services which we implemented were developed according to the experience of these organizations, which was gained for dozens of years. And of course, we were focusing on the experience of the organizations in the EU. Secondly, I'd like to say that in spite of the fact that the full-scale war has started several years ago, recently we launched an SME policy index from OECD, where, looking at the Eastern Partnership countries, we took the first place, and we are the first in SME skills and training of SMEs and internationalization. So, in fact, I'd like to thank our international partners for that, because a huge investment of theirs is that we are now at the first place. Answering the question how entrepreneurship and export are connected, when we conducted a survey since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, we could see that the most flexible, the companies which, first of all, see positive perspectives, those are the companies which already have export capacities, who already have experience in export. And secondly, we saw just crazy requests from the companies which used to focus just on the internal market. Now they have requests for export. And many companies understood that internal market is not enough for them, so they need to diversify themselves. The only point is that they have an opinion that it can be done easily. Unfortunately, it's not true, and through our programs of the capacity support and training programs, we are showing that. But this demand did not decrease, in spite of that fact that the companies faced the situation that it is not for a month or 3 months. This is the long-term perspective. And during recent years, we formulated long-term educational programs, both for the exporters and the enterprises, together with our partners. As of now, we have 16 long-term programs, which we, from time to time, repeat, have different iterations. Also, those are the services which we transfer online. We make them digital. And this will be also the perspective for the future, to go on with digitalization of services from the state and from the organizations which are supporting business, and also directly the business itself. And thirdly, during the recent years, we've started systematically supporting the capacities for the organizations on supporting business. Business supporting organizations, BSO, we have experience in export, and we understood that our strength is in cooperation, in uniting. This is where I agree with Alexander, what we lack still. But during the last half a year, we launched several programs. First of all, in cooperation with the consultants, and training of private consultants, training of BSOs, business supporting organizations, from the capacities, export capacities. And secondly, we had a separate program launched for regional state organizations, the Agency of Regional Development and Organizations of Supporting Business at the places, on the implementation of export services in the regions. And I'd like to say and emphasize that such a program was launched because there was demand from the places. There was the request from these organizations. So our idea was not to create something new, but to base upon the existing organizations and to provide them mentorship support at the national level, to connect them with the organizations of the national level. And a couple of words about the priorities for the future. I will focus here exceptionally on the capacity building activities. The colleagues have mentioned a lot about other priorities as well. Digitalization, automation are still one of the priorities, especially for the businesses, but also for the service providers for business. And secondly, our priorities, I hope, and many organizations' priorities will have the priorities of women's entrepreneurship, veterans' business, and social entrepreneurship. And one of the bigger niches will be standardization and compliance with the EU requirements, especially the ones which are about clean environment. Many companies of ours are not ready and unfortunately do not know that it can be a big obstacle for them to get to the external market. And one more block is directly the support of clusters and export alliances. Here I agree with Valery, who spoke about such experience. This is the new experience for many companies, but the support of the businesses through clusters, through alliances, is motivating them to unite and to create synergy. So our priorities for the following years will reflect that as well. Thank you.
Much, Olga, for this outline of your priorities and also of your tried and tested instruments. That's great. I think you also touched upon the topic of automation and digitalization, which can also address labor market issues, right? And with that, I'd like to go to Anastasia. You're representing Helvetas today, and you conducted a labor market assessment. Also, from this assessment, what are the key trends in the workforce development? And also, when we looked at the mapping, we saw quite a few regional differences. We saw also, where the need is the most and how, regional distribution of businesses also looks like. Also, from this perspective, what are your findings?
Thank you so much. Very relevant questions. So I'll switch to Ukrainian. Вітаю вас.
Hello, dear colleagues. I'm really happy to present today Helvetas. During this discussion, I thank the organizers for such initiatives which allow us to communicate between the state structures, international organizations, and influential local players. We, as a Swiss intercooperation organization, which was founded in 1955, are working in more than 40 countries of the world with the projects of development and sustainability. In Ukraine, our mission is focused in particular on such issues as development of labor market. This issue is of support of SMEs and also infrastructure development.
Addressing the question which Hagen asked me regarding the trends on the labor market. This year, Helvetas has presented the biggest study covering 33,000 responses from private sector regarding the demand for skills and workforce. First of all, the trend is that the official unemployment has decreased, but there is also a huge gap between available vacancies and the skills available in the workforce. Also, there is a trend for the increase of different specialties related to household repairments. The next point is related to processes related to displacement of population. It covers IDPs, veterans, elderly people. They stay at the labor market and they cannot find jobs. And the last trend related to women's employment, if we compare 2021 and 2023 indicators, employment of women increased from 43 to 51%. Also, here we see the trend that women's share in traditionally male jobs increases, and this year we've supported Other Women program to support women in auto mechanic specialty. That was a challenge to find women who'd like to study this profession, and 13 women received necessary skills to work as motor mechanic in Kremenchuk city of Poltavska Oblast. The next question was related to the difference in problematic which businesses face on the territory of Ukraine. So the problematic which businesses face in frontline areas and in other areas like Western Ukraine, they are absolutely different from Helvetus. If we talk about the local component, our projects are located mostly in frontline area, Kharkiv, Sumy, Poltava, Zaporizhia regions. As of now, we are working on extending our operations for Kiev and Chernihiv regions. As we see, we have offices in Kiev and Kharkiv, and as we see, we during our field visits and we cooperate actively with local organizations. So if talking about demand and supply in eastern part of Ukraine, then we would see that grants for recovery to support local organizations would be in more demand because they face damage of infrastructure and security risk. If you talk about the western part of Ukraine, they have more stable situation in comparison with Eastern, but still they need trainings to improve their capacity in integrating IDPs into local economic processes. And following up, I'd like to say that what are our programs which could be helpful to support you in Ukraine? We have a large portfolio of projects. We have financing from Switzerland, in other countries. If you look at our priorities, you can see the following. Direct support of SMEs. We have micro grants for them from 2,000 to 5,000 francs, Swiss francs or euros, depending on donors, which are provided to SMEs in frontline areas who were damaged due to or to recover their business or to start new business. Also, we have quite a strong capacity building component which is implemented through partnership organizations like Association of Private Employers, CT Development Platform, and others, which organize trainings and consultations and mentoring for the representatives of SMEs to improve their capacities. And as was already mentioned, we are actively engaged into support in terms of vocational training education, to introduce short-term courses to help adults re-qualify. That could be absolutely different specialties like electrician, electric welders, and other relevant for today's market specialties. Also, we have one more additional component. The mic is not working, unfortunately. Thank you.
So please, we heard about grants, about capacity development and skills development.
Yes. Okay. So I will sum up. I can speak a little bit louder.
Дивно, у мене працює.
Працює? А ну-ка, може.
1, 2.
Is it working? 1, 2, 1, 2. Yes, it's working. Thank you. Well, and summing up regarding our interventions in Ukraine, I will share information regarding digitalization stream of our activities. We have Reconomy project. It's a large project which is implemented not only in Ukraine but in other Eastern Partnership countries. We help business SMEs to develop digital skills in agriculture and touristic sectors. We are open for cooperation with international and local partners and other organizations. I invite you to visit our web pages where we announce tenders and competitions for SMEs. Helvetus Ukraine. We will be happy to cooperate with you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Anastasia. Now I'd like to pick up what you said, Olga, about clusters. Alexander, you are here to represent the Cluster Alliance. And of course, I'm also interested which role the clusters are playing in skills development of small and medium enterprises, and especially what role clusters can play in supporting innovation, competitiveness, and also exports.
Thank you very much. I also switched to Ukrainian.
We are the member of the Cluster Alliance. We cover 40 clusters in Ukraine. These are almost 2,000 SMEs, and Alliance Cluster is a member of European Cluster Alliance, which also has a strategy, and we try to follow these European standards. First of all, these are such classical areas like automatization, double transition, upskilling and rescaling programs, and reinforcement of the supply chains and clusters, since we have clear specialization. Well, so we develop services for clusters to help them to develop. All our activities are aimed at that. And considering the role of clusters in development in different areas, I would say that first I would mention consolidation, because we help SMEs to consolidate their efforts and activities, and also we help to facilitate double transition, because we have members who provide respective services for SMEs, and internationalization, because we provide a lot of services related to that as well. First of all, clusters help SMEs to create portfolios of the projects. I have such a leaflet today, which is created in our Cluster Alliance. It contains more than 40 projects developed by SMEs in cooperation with clusters. They cover different areas, defense, energy, and so on. And main focus of this portfolios is made on ecosystem development, cooperation with university, cooperation with startups, because it is important to strengthen respective efforts. And I'd like to express my gratitude to donors, because they are very active in digitalization and many other areas. We are very grateful to USAID, to UNDP, and other organizations who help us to develop and implement these projects. The most recent project is creation of roadmaps for clusters and SMEs. These are the projects which could be scaled up easily and with specific indicators, and they contain information on how green transformation and green transition can be implemented easily and quickly, because this is a very relevant topic for the EU now. And clusters are taking on the leadership regarding innovations. There are European digital hubs, and you know that in Ukraine we have 12 such hubs. Today in Brussels, a visit of our delegation isn't going to end. Some of them have clusters, and they are very active and successful in what they do. Of course, not all clusters are successful. We have some recently created, but those matured, already developed, they become orchestrators of innovative ecosystems of regional and industry levels. And as to the question, what should be improved? It was already mentioned during the first part of the discussion: better coordination among donors and with the government, because we're lacking this component. SME strategy to be implemented properly need support from all actors in the field, and we need to ensure that they cooperate effectively. So for us, it is really important we invest a lot of our efforts in all our activities. We hope for further support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alexander, for pointing out the relevance of clusters in all these different dimensions, and also the need for more coordination. And also thanks for the briefness, for the brevity of your statement, for the clarity. Now I'd like to turn to Olena, UNIDO, the aspects of technology transfers. And I know you've been working in different sectors, agribusiness, circular economy, digital transformation, all these areas. So what are the needs and demands you saw from businesses in these areas?
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Traditionally we switch on to Ukrainian, all is better. Шановні
Dear colleagues, hello everyone. I'm very grateful for inviting me here. I represent UNIDO. This is United Nations Agency on Industry Development. In Ukraine, we implement green development of industries in project in Ukraine. As regards to the needs of the businesses, they are defined by modern times, and that it was already mentioned previously by other speakers, that many needs are defined by wartime and Ukrainian path to the EU, and also by understanding of becoming more environmentally responsible. From the beginning of the war, UNIDO project portfolio has extended, and now we see the 3D printing projects and prosthetics related projects for veterans and other people who need that. And this is not only 3D printing and manufacturing of prosthetics. This entails training and additional equipment provision and help to businesses to scale up their activities. Well, UNIDO is well-known organizations promoting greening the economies all around the world. And when we talk about a project portfolio in Ukraine, as of now, UNIDO sets as a requirement for some projects, establishes requirements for businesses, and from the other hand, it develops better environments for them. Decarbonization support program helps businesses to prepare for energy audits and prepare for energy transition. With our support, energy management standards were developed and approved. And the other side of the coin, in terms of these activities, we are talking about the development of socially responsible behavior of businesses and other important matters. As regards to challenges and problems which businesses, MSPs face, we are at the same page with you, and we have a variety of tools to support businesses. As USAID and other donors and projects, we both support skills. Here we support women, youth, IDPs, and returnees. All those people who tried to live outside of Ukraine and return to Ukraine, these people are in need of support as well. These are business trainings which help people to elaborate their idea, and we provide support until they enter the market. This is a very powerful and popular program for central regions of Ukraine and for western regions of Ukraine. And another part of projects is related with the creation of joint businesses in Ukraine. For example, like co-creation project financed by Japan, joint creation of businesses through creation of joint research centers. Now this project is in the process of processing applications and 7 areas will be covered: circular economy, agribusiness, green energy, and some others. Also, I'd like to tell you about the projects related to artificial intelligence. We've heard a lot about digitalization today. UNIDA has conducted a survey on the matter, in what way and in what areas AI could be implemented, where could be perspectives for that, and we have compared the experiences in the EU. We will be happy to share this report with you. That would be a good ground for further cooperation and development for many of you. As regards to another projects of your interest, this is the project related to institutional support and support to the quality infrastructure in sectors where SMEs are most active. This is a project financed in area of fruit harvesting, and here we provide support to public authorities, to laboratories, and also we provide support within the framework of guiding principles in terms of standards of green transition in industry area in Ukraine. I will be happy to share all additional information with you later. Now, thank you for listening to me. I tried to be concise. Thank you. I will be ready to answer your questions informally.
Thank you very much, Elena, for giving this broad overview of your portfolio, and also in which broadness you are supporting companies, innovations, digital transformation. Now to you, Nina, from the UK side, UK point of view. I know with the GGF project you have also quite interesting experiences, also in technology transfer, in bringing innovations also to business, and I would be happy if you could share some insights from this cooperation with us.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for inviting me to speak today. I'm the head of economic recovery programs at the British Embassy, and sorry, I'm the only non-Ukrainian speaker. I have my first Ukrainian lesson this week, so maybe next time. I was going to specifically talk about the work we're doing on science parks through the Good Governance Fund in the UK. So we're big fans of science parks in the UK. They can generate real productivity improvements and drive innovation by bringing together research, talent and business. And I think SMEs have a really key role to play as part of that, as they can deliver disruptive innovation and kind of challenge the big companies with the brightest new ideas. And we have some really successful examples of science parks in the UK, including in our university towns, Oxford and Cambridge, which specialise in areas like AI and biotech. And that was one of the reasons why we were keen to partner with the National Aviation University and help establish a new science park there through the UK's Good Governance Fund. And I visited the park in September, and I think the facilities and the talent really kind of spoke for themselves. They're doing some amazing work, including to develop new and cheaper technology to help Ukraine win the war. So we as the UK sort of provided some capacity funding to help develop the roadmap to establish the science park and support development of the park's operation and brand. But I think the true hero here is the collaboration between the university and business, and that's kind of at the heart of the initiative. And the team there managed to partner with some really great IT and tech companies that will help create this really vibrant ecosystem for innovation. So I think, science parks, business parks, clusters, these approaches will all be really important in bringing together business expertise, research and talented individuals. And the work we can do as donors is to help, as we've done through the Good Governance Fund, is to kind of pilot these approaches that then can be scaled up and replicated, which I hope can happen through the backing and endorsement of the SME Strategy. While we were able to support in this example, I think we're pretty confident that lots of these partnerships can be built independently through natural linkages and synergies between business and education. And I think as well as science parks, we'll discuss this in the next session, but areas like access to finance and incentives and creating the conditions for innovation are really important, and that's something that we in the UK are thinking about with a new programme to promote access to finance for SMEs and to try and help them boost their productivity. And as has come up from others in the room, sort of getting the right human capital, the talented people and the right skills, investment in science and tech education and retraining, including for marginalised groups. So we kind of bring up this new generation of disruptors, and we're thinking about how to target them across all of our programming, all of the UK's programming here in Ukraine. And I'm keen to join them up with initiatives like science parks, business parks, clusters. as ultimately, yeah, innovation's all about people. Thank you. Jakuyu.
Thanks so much, Nina, for this overview, for also stressing the importance of science parks and giving some insights into your work. Now we heard a lot about different donor programs, the broad support they are providing. And Dimitro, I know you did some research on that actually, did a study on the support programs in Ukraine in the SME sector. And that would be really interesting from your research point of view. What are the three key messages you have for us today out of this research?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here and present initial results of our study. Now I'll switch to Ukrainian. Дякую.
Thank you for the opportunity to present the outcomes of our research. In fact, within the program EU for Business, we conducted a huge research of the support programs of SMEs, but I would like to start with the following. Really, SMEs are playing the important role, and unfortunately there is a decreasing tendency about how SMEs are functioning in Ukraine. If in 2021 SMEs were creating approximately 82% of job places and also more than 70% of value added, then in 2024 this figure is 74% and 64% accordingly. But at the moment we have this kind of a huge number of support programs for SMEs, and within our researches we analyzed 63 state and 53 programs of international technical assistance in different spheres with different focus, which impact onto development of entrepreneurship in different regions of Ukraine. We also had the opportunity to conduct a little survey, and more than 200 enterprises took part in it. So we analyzed the issues which Ukrainian businesses face. First of all, those are the issues about manufacturing and production, access to electrical energy, that is power. More than 70% of enterprises mentioned that this issue is relevant for them. Loss of markets, both existing and international ones, access to funding, that is also the opportunity to involve qualified staff. So all of those issues are about three classical spheres: the spheres of access to finance, access to markets, and access to knowledge or access to labor. So those are three classical issues which first and foremost are reflected in the strategy for the development of SMEs. And within our project we had the opportunity to analyze different stages of a life cycle of an enterprise. We understand that these programs are focused upon and have different influence onto the enterprises depending on the stage of their life cycle, whether this is the idea, the development, the success, the upscaling, or the maturity of the enterprise. And the request of the enterprises, which in the SME category can be different. Speaking about the first category, access to finance, then really we have many programs where the enterprises value grant support, so-called resilience grants, which allow the enterprises go on functioning. But now we can see the need in popularization of grant resources or loan resources or equity financing, that is the involvement of direct investments. And this is important to finance into the project development capacity from SMEs to form the investment proposals, to form bigger ideas. And there, we also heard a lot about the development of clusters or collaborative alliances, and it's also important to form cooperation between the more capable enterprises or mature ones and the representatives of smaller enterprises which are lower in this value-added chain. And the creation of these forms of collaborative alliances will allow to provide better access of smaller and medium enterprises to the financial resources. Speaking about access to knowledge, then really a huge issue is the development of human capital in Ukraine and access to qualified labor force. We understand that a big number of Ukrainians are now abroad, so we conducted a huge number of researches about the coming back or bringing back of Ukrainians home. It's also about different factors: security factor, factors of infrastructure, availability of job places, where the state needs to work on that. Simultaneously, we need to understand that SMEs are one of the biggest employers in Ukraine. So the programs which would provide the economic integration of socially vulnerable layers of society, the IDPs, women, youth, people with disabilities, that is incredibly important, and such programs have to be shaped not only at the national level but at the regional levels as well. The interesting outcomes of Helveta's research as well, but still I'd like to drive your attention to the trend about the decrease of level of unemployment in Ukraine, but there is the increase of the average level of salaries. So there is a certain disbalance, a mismatch of available skills and jobs, and mostly it is formed at the level of the regional economies. It is important to understand how we approach the issue of economic profiling of the regions, where we define the competitiveness and we define which sectors have the biggest deficit of labor force and which programs can be working for that. The third component is access to markets, which is so important in the component of economic integration into the EU. Recently I came back from such an event as SME Assembly, where the European countries are discussing the issues for the development of SMEs. If last year we could hear the issue of twin transition or access to labor force, this year the European countries are really concerned with the issue of open strategic autonomy, the creation of the open strategic autonomy of the EU and partner countries. What does it mean for Ukraine? It forms certain opportunities, including SMEs opportunities, from the perspective of the better understanding of the perspective of our involvement into the value-added chains of the EU. And for that we need to go on with our support, provide consultations for SMEs, form international partnerships with the European companies and also with the companies of partner countries of Ukraine, like the United Kingdom, which invests a lot into Ukraine, the US, Canada, Switzerland, Japan, South Korea, many countries where we create strategic partnerships and help Ukrainian companies exit to the external markets. But for that, from the analysis of the programs, we understand that there is a certain gap from the perspective of the programs, which is directly about the most qualified group of the mature businesses, which so far lack customized or adapted support from the perspective of their international economic strategies, the strategies how to get to the external markets, or the involvement of the direct foreign investments. And also I'd like to drive your attention to the last point. The strategy for SMEs development and capacity building in this sphere is not only about those three classical access to finance, markets and knowledge. It's also about the cross-cutting issues and the infrastructure of support. We need to think how we'll provide the green transition, how we'll provide digital transition, how we'll provide economic integration of socially vulnerable groups of population, and also create the adaptive policy for the support of SMEs, which depends on the issues of maturity of the enterprises or the stage of their life cycle, the regional sphere of the enterprise, which regions the enterprise is located at, which sectors it is dealing with, and the search of certain creative ideas when we speak not only about the competition between the enterprises, but also about the opportunity to form collaborative alliances which allow the enterprises to become stronger and more competitive at the external markets. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dimitro, for underlining also the relevance of the three access topics and also for identifying the gaps you still see based on your research. That's very helpful. Now I'd like to turn to Eduard for Kiev Mahila Business School is a twofold, I would say, an actor in two areas. On the one hand, you are yourself increasing capacities of small and medium enterprises. And on the other hand, you also have, from your research perspective, an overview on the whole support environment for SMEs, also on the landscape, who else can contribute to capacities of SMEs in Ukraine. And from these two perspectives would be quite interesting to learn more. what you are doing as a school yourself, how you are tackling capacity issues of SMEs, and also from your broader view on the whole landscape, where would you see the major gaps or the most needs?
Thank you. Good day, dear presentees. I'm the representative of Kyiv Mohila Business School today. So we are working in the niche which is rather narrow, executive education. We are working with the grown-ups, with the managers who already have managerial experience, and it is important to understand that. We really believe in innovations and development, and in innovative development. But still, there is a certain understanding that innovative development of the countries is provided when they meet together and begin to speak in the common language. The state, the business, the civil society, and the academic sphere. We are from the academia, the ones who are creating science and train people, give them higher education. So we understand very well that without this common language, without the trust formed in the dialogue, not the dialogue which was mentioned above, when you are invited through the criminal, because of the criminal case, but through the dialogue on the creation of the rules of the game, through the dialogue what the export policy will be, what the industrial policy will be, what the policy in training in the healthcare will be. Without this, in fact, societal dialogue between the key stakeholders, in fact, it would be impossible to achieve success. And we need that success a lot. We need rapid growth, and it needs to be based upon innovations which are impossible without such dialogue. So we can see our place also as a platform where the people from different spheres meet, and they meet what's important in the classes during the sessions. We create their safe environment where people can calmly and quietly share their opinions, express their ideas, give birth to new ideas, and hear each other. That's what's important. Hear each other, the position of each other, their opinion, because sometimes it's not that easy. The person has his or her own perspective and picture of the world and understanding. So we need to achieve this commonality of the understanding, and that is the future. That is not that easy. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, we are the provider of training services. And from the perspective of our today's conversation, we are always open and ready for cooperation with any players who can see education as an important tool for development. What we offer is in the very broad spectre or range. For instance, we have our common work in the experience with the project of the United Nations on the capacity development of business alliances. We have experience of consulting projects when we involved the graduates with GIZ. We are creating researches so that we could create customized programs which would include the parts of bigger projects which our international partners are implementing here in Ukraine. And also, maybe the last point I'd like to say now, we are the school which is specialized on strategies and the development of systems. What the managers say the system is, the economists say they are institutions. So this is the point which is working instead of the manual management. This is the work which is subordinated to the laws and rule of law. And what's important to remember, those are the points which are created for a very long time. You cannot create the quality for a long time. You need time for that and common efforts. So it's important to expand our horizon from that crisis, narrowed one, which is natural when we have crisis, when we are living here and now. We need to expand it in the perspective of the future. We need to see the future. We need to make a deal what this future will look like. We need to create state policies created for the future, and then the companies, the corporations, the SMEs should create their own strategies: internationalization, export, clusterization, alliances, embedding into the supply chains. They need to create their common future together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eduard, also for broadening our horizon and the discussion here, because we're talking a lot about coordination, cooperation, but really also the focus on dialogue and also involving academia in this spectrum. That is really an important contribution. Thank you for that. Now, I understand our time is already up, but so I didn't do a good job, but I know that, Valeria, you can be very brief. So we talked about, bringing together different partners. Of course, their business associations and chambers play a key role. Could you highlight UCCI's role in capacity development of SMEs, what you are doing already and where you see future potential?
Thank you very much, Hagen, and thank you for trusting me to be very precise. Thank you for the invitation. Шановні колеги,
Dear colleagues, thank you so much for the invitation. As of now, you know, I was listening to the speeches of each of you, and I understood how much we do and how important it is so that business could have this information. I would like to introduce myself. I am the head of the international sphere of the Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We have 25 regional chambers, and what I wanted to tell today about is that our activity at the international level, because UCCI of Ukraine is within Eurochamber, International Chamber of Commerce, and that's an important component which we've recently, for 2.5 years, launched. So just time passes by so quickly. So we opened the Ukrainian office at the International Chamber of Commerce. What is that about? When we are asked, what are you doing for the businesses? In fact, I have a very simple answer. We are making the businesses understand that export is simple, because many Ukrainian companies don't understand what to start with. And in this context, we are grateful to our partners and GIZ and USAID and UNDP and other development agencies which tell and train businesses what exactly you need to start with. And then we are working ourselves, because we have a very widely spread system of partners, the same chambers of commerce abroad. We have the office, which we opened, as I mentioned recently, which helps us find any company, line association, line cluster abroad. It may be markets of Latin America and Africa and Asia. So this is about what just said Eduard, about the expansion of our horizons and our perspective of export. And of course, European Union for Ukraine is the first partner from the export perspective, but we need to understand that not all of the companies, not all of the businesses can be involved in this market in the context of technical capacities. They have lots of regulations which as of today are impossible to overcome and to achieve them quickly. So we have other markets which are open for us. Recently we conducted in Latin America our first Ukrainian Latin American business forum, and that was really interesting. For us that was new experience, because we understood that politically it may sound in one way, but businesses would like to work.
And it is very important for us to have more such partnerships. Following up, I'd like to mention that the most effective mechanisms for Ukrainian companies are exhibitions, business missions, marketplaces, which we can identify for them, but the most important is live communication and partners who are there in that specific country. And just recently I've returned from a business trip to the USA. It was the first business mission for last 10 years, and you know, we were quite positively impressed, because the specificity of work with the American market on one side looked more complicated comparing to the European market, but on the other side they have a good understanding that it is necessary to establish partnerships at horizontal and regional levels, and in this regard our regional chambers have access and regional businesses as well. They have access to regional businesses in the United States of America. This I'd like to stop. My message is very simple. Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce is working on sharing information because it is very important, and sometimes businesses may not just simply know what are the opportunities offered by donor organizations, and I'd like to express my gratitude to the Ministry of Economy for helping us to get engaged with the SME Alliance, because it's a very important initiative, and John Denton, as Secretary General, visited Ukraine for the first time already, and he was treating this with devotion. We are very grateful for that, and at all those sitting at this table, we are playing our roles. I'm very grateful to all partners, and I invite you for cooperation. We have many companies and many regions which are really in need of support and assistance. Thank you.
For the clear message and also for the readiness to share information. Now, when we look at the possible support landscape for capacity development of SMEs, Larissa, you from UNDP are supporting the Made in Ukraine offices, which might have also a role to play in this whole scene. So could you tell us a bit more what you are doing and how you see the role of the Made in Ukraine offices in capacity development of SMEs?
Thank you, Horan, for your questions. Thank you for invitation for this event, and thank you that I can see you in person because we are working over a year and only online. I will speak Ukrainian.
I'm very grateful for this wonderful presentation. Well, I have literally 2 minutes to speak, but when we talk about the Made in Ukraine policy, there were a lot of doubts regarding that, and nobody knew how to fill it with content. UNDP has quite a significant experience of cooperation with Ministry of Economy. We provide support to policies developed and implemented by the government in Ukraine, and Ministry of Economy is one of our partners in this regard. When in October we presented the policy Made in Ukraine, and it was made with our support and financed by the government of Japan, it was benefits of this program, and you can just find it on the internet and use it as a guide. What is Made in Ukraine? It's so simple and easy to use. To ensure regional support of information component of this Made in Ukraine policy, and that entails a lot of state support programs which were mentioned by Alexander. We decided to launch establishment of Made in Ukraine offices. We are going to have 101 of them all over Ukraine. 39 are operational as of today, and UNDP supports establishment of 12 more such centers in such oblasts as Odessa, Kievska, Vinnytska, and Kharkivska. 3 centers per each oblast. We are going to support their opening till mid-2025, I believe. So UNDP has no functional impact on offices operation. We fully share the vision of the Ministry of Economy in terms of the functionalities provided for such centers. And if you're talking about business support, we all speak about or mention at least information component. Business need information, businesses should be provided with information. Not only money make difference, access to information and information itself make difference. That is why offices have been created to share information in 101 cities and towns of Ukraine to help businesses to function effectively and to use all those opportunities which are available, made available by the government of Ukraine. This is a huge number of governmental support programs, Yerobota program, sub-programs under it, grant support, funding support, 579 and so on, compensations for specific procurements, for example, of agricultural equipment and so on. This is all about information. Capacity development is built on your capacity to absorb and share information and to use it efficiently. So here we see the field for support to help Ministry of Economy in establishment of Made in Ukraine offices. And also I'd like to mention, when I was listening to all of you, I fully agree with our colleagues that we make difference. I also, well, you know, I wanted to be a driver and a welder, but I was always recalling that I still have a job to do, so I can't gain more competencies without being effective at my job place. So we are talking about engagement of more and more people, SMEs, especially in the conditions when human capital is severely lacking, and it's not only workforce but a human capital in general. Thank you. That was very brief.
For keeping it brief and so concise. Natalia, actually today is all about you. So it's all about SMEs, and you are one of them. So you are representing the company Prana, which we consider a successful and resilient company. Also, we work together in the EU for Business program. You're a recipient of one of our grants. And when you look at the things we discussed today, difficulties in accessing international markets, or also needs in capacity development, from your experience, what is crucial?
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, and I'll try to be brief, but still I want to tell about many things. Switch to Ukrainian as a good tradition. Перейду на українську мову. Дуже рада бути.
I'm very happy to be among of you. All the information heard today, well, I've noted so much, because we are really a business benefiting from donor support, not only in terms of funding, but in terms of counseling as well. Well, I represent Prana company. It's a company producing ventilation and energy saving equipment. For years of our operation, we became a leader in Ukrainian market, and now we can even compete with the European and worldwide producers of energy efficient equipment. Thanks to patented products, we, with the support of our product, can guarantee access of free or fresh air in any premises, and that helps to preserve up to 90% of energy in the building. We really promote Green Deal principles, and our solution helps to decrease carbon footprint in the world and to take care of environment in general. We participate in different conferences. We are very active in representing ourselves in different parts of the world. We travel a lot. We are seeking for new opportunities. We don't stop. We have our own climate laboratory where we use our own resources and also involve international consultants to develop new solutions, to develop the company, and to present Ukrainian products internationally. Thanks to EU for Business program, we've received a grant, and we already partially implemented it. We've bought a new stand, and thanks to it, we were able to go to Finnish exhibition. because one of our strategic goals is to enter Nordic markets, and as it was already mentioned by Valery Dobrovolsky, our KPI is development of expert capacity, and Nordic markets are very interesting for us in terms of potential, so we are eager to explore opportunities to increase sales there. So we visited exhibition there. Also we visited exhibition Rebuilt in Poland, where we were able to discuss with our Polish partners possibilities and opportunities in terms of recovery of Ukraine, to build modular towns. Well, also we've visited Get North exhibition in Germany. It was our first opportunity to visit an exhibition specifically in Germany. We're getting first results from these exhibitions. We're proud to announce that as of now we entered into active cooperation with the Finnish partner who joined us at the exhibition, and they are so inspired with our enthusiasm that they already promised that next year they will organize the exhibition with their own efforts, and we are going to come next year just to support the Finnish dealer. So they will represent us in Finland. Exhibitions is one of the most effective and very simple mechanisms to enter new markets, and at one of Lion exhibitions this year I've heard that if company doesn't represent it at the exhibition, this company doesn't exist. So we have to be there. This year we've also visited, I believe, the biggest number of exhibitions ever for our company. And we are very proud of that. We are very grateful to international donors for supporting us in this effort. But we don't stop at that. In the context of all the challenges we are facing today, at the beginning of the full escalation we had supply chains disruption, and now we have difficult situation with resuming of booking for key employees and participation in international events. Well, at the same time we understand that we are going to live in the country where we're going to have a lot of veterans, all people who are going to return from the front, our defenders. They will have to reintegrate into the society, and being socially responsible and understanding a huge need, we've launched project to create a rehab center. This is both a challenge and the responsibility against our society to help veterans, men and women, to rehabilitate, and we'd like to create a training center on the basis of the rehab center to help people to obtain new skills. So it will be very interesting to listen about programs and organizations who specifically support requalification and training in this regard, and then integration into the society. So for these people we'd like to see them in our business, or we would like to help them to create their own businesses on the basis of the knowledge they are going to receive in our training center. So we'd like to create an ecosystem where we can help people to rehabilitate, to get new qualification or get new knowledge, and to integrate into the society. The next point, automatization of the processes, if it's in terms of the needs of the business. Well, I will follow up. Thank you. Yes, thank you again for this opportunity. I'm very grateful to everyone.
Yeah, from your perspective. Olga, last but really not least, the NGO Association of Women Ambassadors of Ukraine, also a topic we covered as part of the mapping, where we saw, okay, from the donors who say they are having a specific focus on vulnerable groups, quite a significant percentage is focused on women, 45% I think we saw. From your perspective, is that enough?
Okay, thank you for your question and thank you for an opportunity to join today's discussion. Traditionally, I'll switch to Ukrainian.
Well, considering the conditions and the situation when men went to protect our country, to defend our territory, we see that the role of women has increased and become critical as never before. Women can become the drivers of economic development, and supporting women is crucial. So if talking about the share, if I remember it was 15. In my opinion, it's not enough, of course. And if talking briefly, I'd like to say a bit about barriers for women entrepreneurship. First, some infrastructural solutions are missing. I'm not talking about business associations, career or mentorship hubs. I'm talking about very simple things. When I'm talking about infrastructure, I'm talking about solutions which may help women to decrease the load of everyday tasks for herself, to release the time and to realize herself as a woman. When, for example, a lone mother has a child and she's bringing this child on her own. She faces a lot of challenges just to go out or to go for a meeting to develop her business. This is a huge problem for such women, and as of today, together with the partners, we have a pilot in this regard, and there is a lot of further work in this regard. Well, next, women face issues with obtaining new skills and knowledge to start their own businesses. And here I'd like to underline that I'm not talking about some hard skills. We now see a lot of trainings, courses, how to start your own business, how to prepare a business plan, how to start your sales, and so on. But if, for example, woman doesn't have or has deformed due to the war times of soft skills, for example, ability to communicate properly, self-assessment skills, negotiation skills, and so on, without that any other training would be efficient. This is why soft skills development is crucially important, which should be the basis to add to complement them with hard skills. So I would encourage stakeholders to take note of that. And since we're out of time, I'd like to talk about networking, but not in terms of developing professional associations, but in terms of establishment of peer-to-peer communities. What do I mean under that? We work with Ukrainian women who post their businesses or lost their businesses, and as of now they are abroad of Ukraine. Every third says that she'd like to get back to Ukraine, and she considers such an opportunity to start in Ukraine. It's a business, but in more safe regions. But what is the barrier here? It's not lacking skills or lacking opportunities for funding, because as of now we see a lot of grant programs. They all speak about, I don't know anyone there. Well, it was quite wondering, but you know, when they say that, I just don't know whom should I refer where. For example, in Rivne I can open my some small shop or cafe or whatsoever, or where in Khmelnytsky I can order advertisement for my beauty shop for some small amount of money, or in Cherkasy, for example, what blogger has the most number of influencers to order advertisement from him.
So those are just daily issues which can be solved developing social infrastructure. Those are the questions which business associations cannot solve. The woman will not get to the business association to solve it. So that is why we are focusing on the development of all Ukrainian community and also smaller local communities of women entrepreneurs who can help each other, support each other, and stimulate the development of not only entrepreneurship within Ukraine, female entrepreneurship, but also develop the human capital. The Ukrainians who are now abroad, they will come back home. Thank you for your attention.
Much, Olga. Thanks for underlining also or pointing us at the three key barriers you still see in this area. I'm very sorry for not doing a better job in timekeeping and moderating this, but with this I'd really like to thank all of you who contributed to this discussion, and thank you very much.
Thank you, the participants of the discussion. Hagen, thank you. As you were speaking about Ukraine, we had the Ukrainian hour, but we will not have a break because time is money, and we will be speaking about the money during our next panel discussion. So let us just update our discussion panel. I would like to invite the moderator of the next part of our discussion to begin our work. That is Olga Slavinska, Director of International Relations at Kyiv School of Economy Institute. Olga, we welcome you. Thank you. I hope it will be easier for you than for Hagen, because during the next discussion round, you won't have that many people, and you will have more free space. And understanding that we are finalizing our event today, the discussion which we started. And in fact, this part of discussion maybe is the most important as for me, the resource for which, with the help of which, we'll be able to help SMEs grow. The resource which is not unlimited. This is the resource which has to be especially efficient, because this is the resource of international partners, of civil sector, of the people, organizations who are very meticulously following it and also giving the wide sphere for activity. It will be the subject of your conversation with the participants of the discussion. So I give the floor to you. Please invite your participants. Thank you so much. I do apologize for skipping the break, but let us do that. The earlier we start, the earlier we are free, and then we'll be able to enjoy networking and lunch. So I invite the participants of our round table and discussion. Alexei Sobolev, if Alexei is somewhere here, please join us at the round table. Henrik Hutfeldt, Head of Section for Public Finance, Business Support and Social Policies at the EU delegation.
Was asked to hold this session in English, but yeah, in case anyone wants to kind of continue in Ukrainian, please do. Valery Mayboroda, the first deputy chairperson of the Business Development Fund. If Valery hear us, please join the round table and discussion. Volodymyr Landa, the senior economist for Center of the Economic Strategy. Wesley Jordan, the CEO of Vision Fund of Ukraine. Marina July, the project coordinator at KfW. Katerina Chechel, the operational officer at the IFC. Natalia Budkova-Vitvitska, the board member at Oshad Bank responsible for SME cooperation. Oksana Achirata, the deputy head of the board of director of Ukrainian Export Credit Agency. Michael Newson, the senior program coordinator at the International Organization of Migration. And Irina Zelenina, the founder and the president of the Ukrainian Expert Promotion Center. Okay, I see Irina, I see Michael. So we are still, okay, and I see Alexei is also there. The The main idea of the roundtable dedicated to financing, which is, I think, one of the main basically trigger for further development of the SME, because without financing that's impossible. So we have a bit least challenging task today to fit 11 speakers into 1 hour, but we'll try to do that. And without further delays, I would like to dedicate our roundtable discussion to kind of very practical aspects of the financing, to discuss what's currently available and work and what instruments Ukrainian SME can already access, which one of them works better, what is really missing, and what we all can do to basically improve them, to introduce the new ones, and to improve and enhance the access of the SME and make sure that available instruments are meeting the demand and needs of each of the companies. So to start the roundtable, I would like to give the word to Alexei. The Ministry of the Economy is now doing a lot to help to basically increase the available financing instruments, sources, to like kind of direct them to meet the needs of the Ukrainian companies. So if you can highlight which one of them are working at the moment, what is on the government agenda to introduce in the upcoming, I don't know, months, a year, and what the Ukrainian SME companies can expect next. And probably the most practical question, where Ukrainian companies can go to read more information about those instruments, to be more aware of what is already available for them. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief because yes, there's a lot of participants, and it is very interesting to hear what everybody is saying. So we have several like avenues of how the government looks at the helping SMEs access to finance. The first are the granting programs. So we have Yerabota grant program and the grants for veterans, Vlastna Sprava, grant program for creation and development of horticulture, grant program for processing enterprises, etc. So it is in the tens of thousands of companies up to 8 million hryvnias, like different programs. And we also have 579 done through BDF as a kind of landmark concessional loan programs. So these ones the government run. Then we also have of course Ukraine facility, and this is done together with EU. We have called for proposals, and through different IFIs and through Ukrainian banks, these funds are flowing to Ukraine. We can see this happening as well. And we also, the third bit is the programs that stimulate the investment. So we have investment nannies, where we give some preferences and can compensate up to 30% of capex for large investment projects, which are large, meaning above 12 million euros. So on our scale, I think this is a medium-sized business. We can compensate both the funds and also give like special tax treatment and preferences, etc. Then we also finance infrastructure in the industrial parks. So there are a lot of industrial parks, and we are providing funds when they connect to some utilities. And I think that helps to foster investment. So there are three kind of vehicles: the grants, concession loans, the funding through Ukraine facility, and then the different investment programs. And also we have capex compensation for procurement of agriculture equipment as well. So we compensate some capex for that. Everything could be found on InvestPortal UA, and there is a handbook about it. So it is our kind of product together with Kyiv School of Economics for all the SMEs to understand like the complex and different natures of the programs that we run. Like your commission works through the banks, IFIs run through state-owned banks, how to access them, how to access all these granting programs, etc. Because what we see is that Ukrainian businesses don't use just single program, they take several programs that allow them to procure new equipment and grow. So the handbook is there, it is constantly updated, but right now it is really comprehensive. It is kind of like a big brochure like that, just because there are like a lot of different availability to attract concessional funding for the SMEs, and I think this is what we're all working for. Thank you. This is, I think, overview.
Thank you, Alexei. Indeed, I hope we will touch a bit more during today's conversation on how exactly the banks are combining those instruments to provide the most optimal portfolio to the client, as well as what programs are available from the IFIs. But before doing so, I would like to pass the floor to Henrik. Basically, the Ukrainian facility and 9.3 billion of Ukrainian investment framework are now is the money available for Ukrainian recovery and Ukrainian companies. Moreover, at least 15% of this kind of pile of financing would be dedicated to the SME. So that's definitely on the European Commission agenda, and some disbursements already had happened in this summer, and programs were dedicated for financing SMEs through Ukrainian banks. But can you kind of elaborate a bit more on what the Ukrainian companies should expect next? How do you assess the importance of the SME overall, and what we should expect from the European Commission further on?
Thank you, Olga, and I'm happy to be here. I will also be pretty brief because we have very long discussions here, but to raise some major issues, as Alexei was saying here, we have different needs and a need for different instruments for different categories of SMEs. So I think following the discussion we had this morning, so we all acknowledge that SME is the backbone of the economy, as was mentioned, but I think it's clear that the SMEs are very important for employment, for people, for creating good social conditions in many parts of the countries, but I don't think that they have played the role they could and should when it comes to generate growth, and I think that's where we are right now. We need to mobilize SMEs more widely for them to participate in growth, and growth comes from investments and it comes from exports, and I think that the most important issue that are on the table is European integration, to linking up with value chains and enterprises in European Union, and it's a lot of work to be able to do that. And I think when the full-scale invasion starts, what we have been doing is providing support to war-affected SMEs for them to be able to retain themselves in this situation, and as Olga and Alexei was talking about, the Ukraine facility loans, so going forward, the major instruments for us and the most tested instrument that we have both within the EU and elsewhere relates to the risking of investment of credits of enterprises, and in Ukraine, not like some SMEs or medium-sized enterprises are creditworthy and have good establishment or relationship with banks, but the major part of SMEs that are creating major part of employment do not have that. So it's a lot of work that needs to be done to make them entering and be bankable enough to access our instruments. So as you know, so the instruments that we're having is primarily guarantees to de-risk credits, and they will be channeled through international financial institutions and Ukrainian intermediary banks. So there are some programs already running before the full-scale invasion started, and they have been topped up now, so they are running right now. Some with specific focus on green growth or sustainable development, digitalization or agriculture, But there will be a new call launched early next year, focusing on intermediary support to SMEs and the private sector. So that is all in the making. There's a lot of money out there, but I think what we really would like to try to see is a broader range of the market that is that have access to these credits. So I think that's where many of you should put in a lot of efforts to make sure that enterprise, because I think when you travel in the country and meet different people, so they are very risk averse, rightly so, because situation is complicated. So this maybe not time to take larger risks, but but to contribute to growth, you need to do that. Some will fail. So with this morning we also talked about the insolvency law, which is really important to be in place. It's okay to fail. So, but if you don't take risks, there will be no growth. So and if people are only using their own capital and limited grants for investments, they will be very, very difficult to link up to European value chains. But the focus that we are having of the Ukraine facility is to SMEs, as Olga was mentioning. 15% of the investment support will be exclusive reserved for SMEs. There are specific targets for vulnerable groups, frontline areas, green and digital transition, like companies that are linking up with European value chain, etc. So they are, this focus is there. So, and what we're also doing then, we are accompanying this with broader reforms that are coming through other parts of the Ukraine facilities in support implementation of the Ukraine plan, which so the Ukraine plan is a growth strategy. So it's and if you look at that, you see the focus is on large focus is on human capital and other rule of law. So the core areas we're talking about here, so which is seen and should be seen as a growth strategy. So I'll just put these things on the table here, and happy to listen to others and contribute later. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Henrik. And I just also want to mention that the European Commission is now putting a lot of effort in structuring this new call, which will be directed to the banks and SMEs. We've been helping at KC to organize the roundtable discussions with the banks, as the European Commission now wants to kind of target this call directly to cover all the SME needs and make sure that all financing would be directed to those categories who need it and will be as affordable and accessible as possible. So thank you very much for that, and we are looking forward for new announcement of this call, and looking forward for new financing available for the Ukrainian SMEs through the Ukrainian banks. And of course, now I would like to kind of invite Valery to talk a bit more about what the Business Development Fund is now doing and how it's involved in supporting the SMEs, because we'll know that like almost 90% of all new loans that were disbursed since the start of the full-scale invasion, they used the kind of the incentives from 579 loans, and that wouldn't be possible with the support and the compensation mechanisms from the Business Development Fund. But if you can talk and elaborate about a bit more on the future kind of outcome of this program, what the business should expect if it would be kind of restructured or structured in any other way, because it was already kind of several times rescheduled and restructuring to fit the targets and the need of the Ukrainian businesses, as well as any other support programs that you have on your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. I'm glad to be here and present, I would say, the key program nowadays in Ukraine for support small and medium-sized enterprises. I mean, access to finance. And under this umbrella, 579, we have 3 programs: affordable loans, affordable leasing, and affordable factoring. So we use different financial instruments. And of course, the main attention of our entrepreneurs, our partner banks on this program, because as you mentioned, already 90% of new loan provided within this 579 program. And I'm very glad to inform you that during the war, this program financed by our international organization. German government via Development Bank KfW and World Bank provide financing, I would say not financing, but refinancing of state expenditure to support this program and entrepreneurs during our current condition. And I think that is really a big achievement, because that is firstly in independent Ukraine when international organization provides support for state program. Such situation we have thanks to absolutely transparent and easy procedure of 579 program, which is confirmed by our international donors. And not all know about that our program also have every year international audit. And in this year, the program 579 had also state audit conducted by Accounting Chamber of Ukraine. And this audit was very detailed, half a year. And according to evaluation and analysis of Accounting Chamber of Ukraine, the program is absolutely efficient, and auditors did not find any violation from the side of BDF and from the side of our partner banks. And that is the best result, which gives us hope that the program will in the future financed by our international organization, and small and medium-sized enterprises will get this important support in such difficult circumstances. But apart from 579 program, Business Development Fund implemented as of today 26 different programs using different instruments. We provide loans, we provide liquidity for our partner banks to support SMEs. We provide credit guarantee, and by the way, BDF was first in Ukraine who introduced state guarantee for small and medium-sized enterprises within Affordable Loans 579. We provide grants, and we provide also, in cooperation with our international organization, technical support for our partner banks to increase their capacity to finance small and medium-sized enterprises. And the best example of such work, for example, Ashad Bank, Ukrgaz Bank, which received consulting support from BDF, and nowadays they are leading institution during the war in supporting and financing small and medium-sized enterprises. We expanded during the war cooperation with GIZ, with the European Union, and we provide also grants for our small and medium-sized enterprises. And by the way, during the war, we launched 17 new programs for small and medium-sized enterprises. And such achievements was very high evaluated by our international partners, and German government within Ukraine Recovery Conference in Berlin announced transformation of Business Development Fund to make Business Development Fund more efficient in SME finance and support. And on URC, we introduced BDF Vision 2.0, and within this initiative consists of three main parts. First, that is improvement of all internal procedure of Business Development Fund, policy, corporate governance, etc., etc. Second, international consulting company Deloitte, what was attracted for this work, they will prepare a BDF for pillar assessment for European Union, and we would like do this task to be a direct partner of European Union here in Ukraine. And the second part, we also plan to attract money not only from IFIs, but also from private market, private sector. So that is main three task, and Deloitte company together with KfW, together with BDF, we implement. And as of today, we already develop mandate, a new mandate for Business Development Fund. and simultaneously we develop also law of not BDF but National Development Institution, and that is also our idea to become more powerful and efficient for support small and medium-sized enterprises. And we plan together with our partner KfW, European Union and other financial institutions, we plan event in December or in January. On this event we will present the new mandate of BDF as well as results what we achieved together with our international partner during the war in supporting small and medium-sized enterprises. And in the next year we plan with KfW new project, 40 million euro for support financing small and medium-sized enterprises, and this money we will use in three ways. That will be credit guarantee, that will be liquidity, and that will be also cash back or compensation of investment costs of small and medium-sized enterprises, because nowadays we see that this instrument is very efficient because we can push SME to invest even in modernization, even in new places, working places during the war. And yesterday, for example, we launched a new project focused on energy efficiency. So we will provide not energy efficiency, but energy resilience. So we will provide, together with GIZ, grants for small and medium-sized enterprises. I would say not medium, but only micro and small enterprises, because that is the most affected target group, to buy alternative sources of energy, to be able work without any stops and ensure resilience of their activity during the war. So that is the main issues from my side, from the side of BDF, and I will be very glad to invite all of you of our event, and we will communicate via Secretariat of SME Resilience Alliance to inform about this event and be able to present our new mandate and our future plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Valery, so much. That was very interesting to hear, and we're all looking forward to come to your event and to hear more details on all those initiatives, because it seems like the 579 program and affordable loans are now really something that's companies are really looking for, relying on, and depending on the international support. You already pre-announced something that you are now working on together with KfW. We'll I'll ask a bit later to KfW to comment from the IFI side on this support as well. But before moving to this part of our discussion, I would like to invite Volodymyr and Wesley. So we have kind of to add a bit of salt into our discussion of what's available, and to talk about what are the challenges from the researches that you've done. What do you see are kind of, and I would like to ask Volodymyr to start this kind of discussion and highlight kind of top 5 challenges and constraints that you found out in your research work that currently SMEs and Ukrainian companies are facing in accessing financing, and probably already, if you thought about it, the possible solutions, how that can be overcome.
Thank you, Olga. I put a timer for myself for 5 minutes. Thank you for your attention to our policy paper, which is called Access to Financing for Small and Medium Enterprises in Ukraine. The full text of this policy paper is available at CES.org.ua, at the website of the Center for Economic Strategy. But let me just present brief results. I will start with other figures. According to RDNA 3, the total need for recovery and reconstruction in the next 10 years is estimated at $486 billion, including $26 billion this year, which includes $15 billion in public spending and spending of state-owned enterprises and 11 billion in private sector. And given that only 5% of the total amount, that's times larger than we have in our economic system, in our credit system. The estimated annual volume of financing programs available for business, that's one of the outcomes of this research, in mid-2024 is estimated at 341 billion hryvnias, or about $8 billion. From this amount, about 73% are bank financing, including about 30% of credits 579 program, and almost 30% other bank lending, and about 13% of lending in foreign currency. Other available options are loans and grants from international organizations, which in total account to about 13%. It was about 400 million, about 700 million dollars in 2023, and this number will be a bit higher in 2024. Another options are financial easing, government and regional support programs. Given that there is a lot of these programs, so let's say about them in details. These programs amount just only to 5% of total amount of financing, but there is a lot of market participants who can use these loans, and about 2% these are loans and grants from financial companies, enterprises, and organizations who exactly provides these grants. We might have heard in the first panel of our discussion, so I will not take your time. So let's go to recommendations. Definitely every participant of the bank lending process could make their impact on available finance resources for businesses. For example, state agencies may create a fully functional mechanism of war insurance risks and implement NPL reduction strategy approved by National Bank. To commercial banks, they could provide personalized support to enterprises to process of granting loans, adapt international scoring models. For example, in some banks, you can have an advice if you're not granted loan, they give an advice what should be changed, or if there is type of loan they do not provide, what bank can provide this loan to our other market participants. And borrowers may use the principles of integrity and transparency. Most of them do not understand what to do. And finally, all market participants will could make this all infrastructure better for potential borrowers. For example, this report was made with cooperation with the Embassy of the Netherlands, and we hope we'll have a next step in this on that way to make trainings for businesses how to attract loans, because 40% are declined in getting loans and credits, and this 40% is our key audience, which do not get finance for the moment, but will get this financing, I hope, in 2025. That's my 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Volodymyr. So key takeaway from your research: war risk insurance, personal approach in structuring the product, and probably more technical assistance to teach the companies how to do the bankable projects, or even like information sharing to how to access the financing. Thank you very much, and I'll pass the floor to Wesley. Can you share like key takeaways from your research? Maybe a bit tell us more about that, and like anything can be added on top of that, or if you share the view that Volodymyr just described, would be very keen to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga, and thank you, Volodymyr. Since he'll start the same timer for me, I will watch his phone. Yes, I think actually some of the last points that Volodymyr made about providing the right technical assistance and helping advise small, medium enterprises to be able to access finance, that is very critical. And there are networks, not only the chambers, but other NGOs and business associations that are in place, and that's where that are in place to help SMEs for sure. And I think that could be more widely publicized because it's not only the state that can provide that. There are multiple organizations that do that, and I could name several here. But I think for us and the research that we've done, we saw that there is a gap in the market, especially when we talk about the small side of SME. The 579 program, well done, molodets. It's, you know, it's a really good program. When we looked at the numbers since inception, so 4 or 5 years, less than 1% of the portfolio has gone to small businesses as defined by Ukraine what a small business is. And again, there's enough of a middle market for the banks to serve, so they have a lot on their agenda for how to support medium-sized enterprises. And so again, good for them and good for that kind of support, but to make a 50 or 100,000, or say to make a $500,000 or $1 million hryvnia loan takes for a bank is the same energy as to make a $4 or $5 million loan. So the average for the 579 program is 4 to 5 million, right? But there are many small enterprises that are looking for less. They don't need that much. In our view, for Vision Fund, we see a market that is creditworthy. I know Henrik was sort of noting that maybe they might not be creditworthy, but some of the requirements under especially some of the subsidized programs, they are intense, and understandably, there are a lot of actors, and the documentation is heavy. A lot of there are some requirements that are challenging for the small businesses. So I think that's where there's an opportunity for other actors. Again, that can be some of the DFIs and IFIs. It can also be for non-bank financial institutions like us, and there are others in the market that are serving that particular small side of the SME sector. But yeah, I think that's from our research, and this is with looking at some of the statistics available publicly, but also in interviews with small entrepreneurs. Did I speak too quickly? I have a minute left. I can cede that minute back to Valery or anyone.
Thank you so much. That's actually very interesting that you see this room and lack of financing for the really small enterprises, because we've been doing kind of similar research at KIC, and what we've discovered that in addition to that, there is also kind of gap for the SME plus category. So for all the companies that would need financing above $3 million. And
Right.
this is something that is also kind of the companies are looking for to be addressed in the upcoming months with the help of the European Commission, with enhanced banking programs. So now, thank you for that. I think we kind of outline the main 4 challenges. So war risk insurance, then structuring and personalized approach for structuring the products, and this financing gap and technical assistance.
And if I can just comment quickly on the insurance, it is available in the market, and it's not as expensive as I think some actors may expect or believe. It's actually, yeah, it's not too bad, at least from the actors that we've spoken with.
Thank you. That's very interesting. So I would like to kind of switch our discussion now to the financing side, and all our partners that represent kind of financing organizations, and to start with the international partners. So we have at our roundtable KfW and IFC. I would like to kind of give the floor first to the KfW and describe probably a couple words on already mentioned facility by BDF and overall on your agenda that you are doing at the moment in Ukraine and foresee for the future, as well as I would like to ask each of the next participants to describe if you kind of foresee or do you already have in your current products the solutions for those outlined problems that we just kind of talked about. Marina, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Olga. I don't have timer, but I'm trying to be brief. First of all, KfW is a German state bank, and it operates with state money, and as per our current... How?
Talk a bit closer.
Okay, not a problem. And as per our current mandate, we operate through the partner funds like EFSE, GGF, and Business Development Fund, BDF. And in Ukraine, we constantly support SMEs, and our support is delivered through our long-standing partner, BDF. And some slight figures that acting portfolio of BDF is about 62 million euros, and it can be translated as our support of SME business, and the most part of this money were committed in the last 3 years. So. As an additional evidence that Germany supports and stands with the SME in Ukraine, Valery already made some short teaser of it. I'm glad to bring good news that German government committed in 2025 40 million euro as a grant, and some details of it. The structure will be mostly through investment loans and investment grants. As for the target groups, we also aim to support vulnerable groups, and geographically, we would like to deliver most part of this financing to SME from eastern and southern regions, and with a special emphasis on the front line and the occupied areas. But the most highlight of this facility is that it is open program, it is very flexible, and it is open for the additional private funding and additional donor funding. So the flexibility of this facility is that it is can be switched and easily adapted to the dynamic demands of the market. So in case of peaceful negotiations, the target group and the geography can be easily revised. So, and we also, in the frames of this facility, I forgot to tell the name of this facility, is also in the line with our today's meeting. It is SME Resilience Facility, and we also, in the frames of this facility, are trying to obtain additional funding from EU and to broaden this financing and to make it more sustainable. And last but not least, this facility will be implemented through our long-standing partner BDF. And for the final, stay tuned and follow the news from BDF, which is our, as I said, partner, and program implemented and product deliverable for the SMEs.
Thank you, Marina, very much. We're all looking forward for the date of this conference and for all of us to be invited and to hear more details about the program and available financing.
Olga, if I can make one clarification on information from our colleague. According to our information, within 579, more than 50% that is micro entrepreneurs.
Okay.
And 30% that is small entrepreneurs, and only 12 that is medium business, and 2% big business, because during at the start of the war we involved also big business. Nowadays we excluded from 579 and only micro, small and medium-sized enterprises. And we, together with Ministry of Economy, we make changes in 579. Nowadays we focus this program on investment support, support of investment loans of small and medium-sized enterprises, and loan for working capital we dramatically decreased to 5 million hryvnia. So that is a short update. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. And yeah. So now switching back to Katerina and IFC. So IFC is well known for its support for the private sector in Ukraine, but you also realize a couple of the programs for the SME directly through Ukrainian banks. So if you can talk a bit more about that, and do you plan to participate in the upcoming call of proposals that plan to be announced by European Commission? So what should Ukrainian companies expect in terms of support from the IFC?
Thank you, Olga. On the letter, yes, of course, we will apply, definitely, and we are staying tuned for the discussions and prep calls to be fully aware of what is planned and what is going on. I would like to echo on what you just recently mentioned, and Valeria, on the assessments related to SMEs. We, as the World Bank Group, are also regularly conducting assessments in the SME sector. And again, our assessment, which I'm not saying that it's somehow counteracts with what Wesley just said, but we also see that the largest financial gap is also related to mid-caps and to larger corporates, as opposed to SMEs and micro. When I said mid-cap, meaning those businesses that apply usually for more than 2.53 million. And this is exactly the issue which is now in the heart of the IFC's program that target SMEs. So just to give you a little bit of perspective, IFC, as of today, has invested almost $2 billion, including 1.2 from own account. And nearly half, which means it's a little bit more than 500 million, goes to support SMEs. So it's a lot. And I think so. And we are proud that, that was a little bit different pre-invasion, but now SMEs is indeed a top priority for IFC's program in Ukraine, and it will remain a top priority until the sector fully recovers, during the invasion or after. So IFC is, it's a well-known fact that IFC cannot finance SMEs directly. We work through the financial institutions. During the war, as a rule, we use the mechanism called risk-sharing facility, which allows us to share risk with the banks and which allows us to share our risks with the donor partners and with the other development partners. So as of today, our aggregate portfolio in terms of the risk-sharing facilities is over $500 million. And we're expanding the number of the banks we're working with. Currently, it's 5 banks, but please stay tuned. We will be announcing new deals quite soon. Just last week, we announced 2 big risk-sharing facilities with Raiffeisen Bank Aval. One is $50 million, supported by our partners from SECO, and I know the representatives are here today, and we are very thankful for support. Otherwise, this agreement won't materialize. So what is special about this agreement is that we are specifically targeting smaller farmers in Ukraine and women-owned enterprises. The second risk-sharing facility, which is larger, is over 150 million, again with Raiffeisen. It includes 50 million from IFC, 50 million from DFC, who was also the risk from USAID, and 50 million coming from Raiffeisen Bank. And this risk sharing facility is, I would say, is a sort of an icebreaker for us. It's the first agreement where we committed to support mid-cap companies and larger corporates, as opposed to SMEs, what we usually do and what most of other IFIs do. And 30% of this 150 million risk-sharing facility will go to clean energy projects. The instrument includes a so-called capex buy-down payable to the bank's borrowers, which means that they will have more incentives to apply for the clean energy generation and for the energy efficiency projects. Again, it's a pilot, but we see that there is a demand. A lot of banks with whom we don't work now and among our clients say that, and the demand will be increasing. So our intention, short-term and mid-term intention, is to increase exactly that sort of risk-sharing facilities we are deploying right now. Going forward, we are now just at the edge of signing another risk-sharing facility with one of the Ukraine's largest banks with a larger amount, again targeting mid-caps and larger corporates, and again focusing on agriculture and energy. So it means these two are our priority sectors. But investment side is not the only way we're supporting SMEs. We have a very active advisory portfolio in Ukraine, and I will, being mindful of the time, I will just focus on our current work with the National Bank of Ukraine. So we are actively supporting NBU in developing the digital financial services strategy. And just over the last 24 months, we have helped the NBU either to modernize or to adopt 11 new laws and regulations, improving DFS in Ukraine and enabling up to, I have the concrete number, over 300 payment service providers to access more DFS in Ukraine. On a related note, we also helped the bank develop the open banking strategy that already helped a lot of SMEs access marketplace and offering more information on the financial products. And again, so that's a good thing. I don't want to spend too much time on that. And together with the Minister of Economy, and we're very thankful for the constant support, in September we helped launch a factoring platform based on the Prozoro sale. And we already see very good results helping SMEs to access working capital through electronic invoices. And Alexei is very well aware of that topic and on the top of that. We're also helping the bank to develop the distressed asset resolution mechanism to offload NPLs, and we are planning to launch the strategy either early next year or maximum by late spring. So this is in a nutshell, but again, my key message is that SMEs, if SMEs was not in the heart of IFC's program before the war, it is now at the heart of our program, and we will do what we can to expand our support.
Thank you so much, Katerina, and that sounds like a very kind of comprehensive work and efforts that you are putting. And I would also like to highlight once again the importance and the need for technical assistant companies, either in the form of supporting kind of the banks or the businesses, or creating special programs, or even like in the information sharing. And this is one of the components and instruments that also being kind of realized through Ukrainian investment framework, and we are looking forward, and I think Ukrainian businesses as well looking forward to get more of this technical assistance and support to make sure that everyone is aware and can apply and can receive their financing that is available. And now like when we heard such positive feedbacks from the IFIs and international partners that the additional funding will be available, I would like to switch and give the floor to Natalia, the only representative of the Ukrainian banking system here at the round table. And given the importance of the banks in realizing and like kind of dealing with the SMEs directly, I would like you to describe the programs you have in the bank, the approach you use, and probably touch upon the technical assistance component as well, and how you form your kind of optimal strategy for the client.
Thank you very much, Olga, and hello to everyone. My name is Natalia Budkova. As you heard, I'm a board member responsible for SME segment in Ukraine. So we are number 2 in Ukraine, and we are triple our loan portfolio during the war. We have like a mandate from government for supporting MSME segment, and 90% from all state and international programs are realized with our bank. So I heard about a lot of micro business, and I want to mention that we established micro lending together with technical support from EBRD, and our credit portfolio divided in three equal share. 33% belong to micro business, 33% belong to medium business, and 33% belong to small business, and NPL less than 1%. So we are working in Ukraine with all partners like EBRD, EIF, GIZ, Sparkas, UNICEF, USAID, and we together implemented all products that we can. We didn't stop lending from the first day of war, and also we are working in frontline territories. If you talk about total lending market in Ukraine, total loan portfolio, he grew up from year to year from the 2020, more than 10% per year. Even this year, loan portfolio grew up more than 50%. We are, the following programs are the following programs our client can receive from our bank. This is risk sharing, this is blended finance, this is subsidized loans, and also technical support and grant components. I want to say that state as well as the EBRD, BGK, EIF are offering risk sharing, and for example, the same client with the same financial statement could receive a loan in our bank for 5 million hryvnias, but with EIF risk sharing mechanism, he could receive 15 million hryvnias, and it's essentially, especially essential in the frontline territories where collateral destroyed or partially destroyed. And I think this mechanism is very useful for us. The one more very successful program that help to develop and enhance entrepreneurship. This is a program from You for Business realized with GIZ with a grant components, and this program allowed to our customer to receive grant component not more than 30% from the loan amount. What this program, what we see using this program, the demand increased, and also each one hryvnia or euro of grant will bring 5 euro of loan. Additionally, I want to mention that we have a separate additional direction of financing. This is exporters, this is veteran businesses, even startup. We are supporting over also women in business. What we can do the better than other banks, this is a granting law with a low risk and combine on program in one per every customer. Each 5th customer who receive loan from our bank receive support from I5, and 100% client who receive loan in our bank receive support from a government like 579 program or state guarantee mechanism. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It sounds like to be your 5th customer is the lucky number. And taking the kind of the opportunity, I would like to mention once again that all the programs available for the Oshad Bank, as well as for other banks, and as well as all risk-sharing facilities that are currently available for Ukrainian companies, are described in details in the handbook that Alexei has mentioned in the beginning. So, like that, there is details on the compliance criteria, all the details on the each of the programs and loans, and contacts where to go and to apply for those loans. So please use and give us feedback if it was useful for you. And switching from Natalia to Oksana, I would like to kind of direct our discussion to more kind of expert-oriented businesses and ask Oksana to describe what incentives, programs, and initiatives a Ukrainian expert credit agency now realize, and how do you support the Ukrainian SME that are linked to the expert?
Hi, hello everyone. I'm Oksana. I'm Deputy CEO of ACA Ukraine. Comparable to other institutions, we're kind of young, but still we have a lot of numbers to be proud of, because in the time of war we were able to help Ukrainian exporters to implement almost 200 contracts. So yes, I have something to tell. As you mentioned, we support not all of SMEs, but those who are brave enough to do the expert under those conditions. And when 3 years ago, the major changes in our legislation were made that helped us to unlock our operational activity. And we started from the researches to see what are the needs of Ukrainian exporters. Of course, we would be really great to help to solve all the problems, including logistic problems and labor problems, but we focused on one of the main is the access to finance. Fortunately, since 2022, our insurance policy is a collateral, and this is our core business, to be a collateral. 97% of our portfolio is the insurance of loans. In order to help SMEs, what SMEs they want? They want to have a loan quickly, easy and cheap. So this is what we did. We started a program of portfolio insurance of export loans together with Ukrainian banks. Currently, we have 10 master agreements with Ukrainian banks, and one of them is Oshad, one of the leader of this program. And for the period of war, we decreased our insurance rate up to the lowest possible level. It's the 0.6 currently for the first 2 years, because the loan can be up to 5 years. And by that, we unlocked the loans for Ukrainian exporters. As for now, the total amount of loans that exporters they obtained with our help is over 2 billion hryvnias. This is what we're proud of. If we are talking on the description, what kind of SMEs we work, I have to mention that according to our main law, we have some restrictions on what kind of SMEs we can support. We can support all the exporters of works and services of Ukrainian origin, but we can support, but there are some restrictions on the export of goods. We can support only goods that have added value in it. So no corn, no grain, no raw materials, no commodities. This is not that we don't want to help them. They have a lot of other types of help from the government, from the state and other institutions. It means that we would like to increase the amount of export of goods with added value, because we all know that added value goods is more jobs, more taxes, more development. This is something that this is the pure example of progress. As the result, the biggest part of our portfolio is an export of grocery, furniture, clothes, what else? The small electronic equipment, pieces, cables. This is what we already supported. And actually, we would like to keep working on it. This year, We had our strategy plan approved for the next 5 years. Actually, this strategy plan was developed in cooperation with World Bank. And for ACA Ukraine having a strategic plan, it was one of the obligation of government of country in front of monetary funds. So we have this strategy plan, and according to the strategy plan, we would like to focus on developing of our current products. We would like to make them more simple. We would like to be closer to exporter and to follow the needs. So it doesn't mean that in our strategy plan we have the specific explicit, the list of products that we will work on. It means that all our products will be more digitalized, more understandable, and more easy to buy. This is what we would like to focus on. The second part, as I think that's important also for beneficiaries here, is that we understand absolutely that we are part of international community, so we will work on implementing the best practices. We already did, but we will keep working on it, including ESG standards, because this is how ACA has to work. So I think that this is what we have already things to be proud of. And also I would like to say that the last, because 97% of our portfolio is the insurance of loans, but the other, it's the insurance of receivables. But this product, it's the typical product for all ECAs around the world. But this product, we are helping Ukrainian exporters to be more sure and more to access new markets and to work with new partners if they're afraid that they will not have the payment for the goods or for the services. And as you probably all know, we have 2 products that are investment related. So we are currently able to insure investment loans against war and political risks and direct investment. And I would like to mention that it's not necessarily to be investment from abroad. It can be internal investment. The range is quite wide. It can be a physical person or entity or government. It can be foreign investment. It can be domestic investor. So, but under condition that this investment is aimed in order to create some export facility.
Thank you so much. It seems like your products are hitting like already kind of 2 goals or problems. So one of them are like partially insuring the war risk, or at least like part of that, and then keeping up our exporters safe and financed, and thus helping their balance of payments and keeping the hryvnia stable, which is very important for every Ukrainian. So we have 2 more speakers left, and before giving the word to Irina and kind of conclude, and from your experience to express how all those products fit to your kind of community clients and what you see from your experience, I would like to give the word to Michael. And ask you to comment. that was unexpected, I know. Ask you to comment on the grant component and programs that you realize, as well as do you have any kind of technical assistant component that you provide to your clients, and how does it help them? So probably a couple words on that.
Yeah, okay, sure, thank you. So we've been working with micro and small businesses primarily in Ukraine for the past 3 years. A lot of our portfolio is funded by KfW, in fact, so thank you. But we have a number of other donors as well. And we provide micro grants grants to micro businesses, grants to small businesses, but we also provide technical support. And because we're the International Organization for Migration, obviously we're focused on businesses that have been displaced due to the war, as well as businesses that are committed to hiring IDPs as part of their business plans. And we found that looking at particularly these businesses that have been displaced, technical assistance is very much required. Yes, they need new capital to start up again, either to move equipment from where they were before or to reestablish themselves in another location. But a lot of these, especially micro businesses, have worked in a single market for a very long time, and they go to a new market and they don't know how to market themselves to clients. They don't know how to establish new supply chains for themselves. So we work with a number of different partners, including Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, who are here today, including the Kyiv School of Economics, including BISC, who I always forget what that acronym stands for, to provide technical support to businesses as well. So we work with these partners to be able to provide workshops, but also direct consultation services to businesses, because what we found is that in addition to capital, providing these services is key for them to be able to thrive within new markets. We've also been working, I think this came up in the first or second session, a lot of the challenges that businesses face is accessing new markets. The market within Ukraine has declined dramatically, especially for certain types of products that are not maybe essential products anymore. So we've worked a lot with Ukrainian diaspora associations all over the world to be able to identify new markets for Ukrainian micro and small businesses. We've worked with the Norwegian Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce to establish networks between and business trips for Ukrainian businesses to go to Norway to identify new markets there. Together with Nazovny and other partners, we've established a Ukrainian pop-up shop in Toronto, which was only supposed to run for 3 months, but is so successful that it's going to continue going. And we've had, I think, 50 businesses now be able to present their products within this pop-up shop in Toronto. And then when it comes to business fairs, I know a lot of people were saying that it's very difficult for Ukrainian micro and small businesses to be able to access business fairs now. So again, we've been working with Ukrainian diaspora groups in those locations where those fairs are to, first of all, help with financing, but also to provide translators and these types of things that are needed within those markets. So that's a variety of services that we're providing in addition to financing.
Thank you so much, and happy to hear that kind of technical assistance component, and kind of you are helping the businesses to know more about how to apply, what to do, and what's available. That's, I think, one of the most important tasks now. And finally, I would like to give the floor to Irina and kind of conclude comment or say on, like, we've heard a lot of financing options. Can you please tell from your experience and as a founder, leader of the Expert-Oriented Businesses Alliance, how do those options fit their needs? What else is needed? What business say, like, where we're heading? So some, like, kind of give us some heads up, what shall we do next?
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here, the only representative of business side here. From one side, you know, I am a small enterprise because I do have export promotion center. It's LLC working as consulting agency for more than 10 years for Ukrainian export. From the other side, we are the platform for those exporters who are ready to go to foreign market. What can I tell for these 3 years? Yeah, Ukrainian business is strong. They are competitive and they grow up very quickly. When we talk about SMEs, the problem is that they, from in whole, when we look at them, they are not ready to find opportunities. From the other side, to take money, to ask for governmental support, to ask for support of technical organization and assistance, they need to be able to take it. So this homework must be done. Company should have structure. Company should be transparent. And that is the task to be prepared. We work a lot with grant applications, we consult, and that is a problem, to be prepared, because so much money are ready for Ukrainian businesses to help to educate, to help to go to foreign market in different ways. And the only thing is go and take it, but take it in a good way. What we are doing as organizations, so we create our own project with the help of projects of technical assistance, such as, for example, competitive economy of Ukraine with USAID Agra. Now we made a lot of projects on foreign markets, like exhibitions, like consulting services for some markets, like market analytics. And it can help. We are doing what we can do. We are very active with different kind of another associations, and some associations are very strong. And I recommend to all SMEs to go to ask to have this experience, because without their help, any business support organization can do anything. From the other side, without money from foreign countries, without help of government, all this ecosystem won't work. So it's, it's like ecosystem of growing up Ukrainian business, ecosystem of growing up Ukrainian government and economy, and those donor, I don't like the word donor, it's like our investment and technical partners developing Ukraine as an ecosystem of growing up business. So it's our task, and on each level, every company and person should work. And when we talk about business to business, usually it's people to people, to understand what the other side wants and to prepare what you can do.
Thank you so much. I share your view completely, and I think the main outcome of this roundtable can be put in a sentence like, there are money available, there is financing available, now we all need to work on contacts, information sharing and technical assistance to make sure this money eventually comes to the businesses and business can take them. So thank you all very much, and I would like to conclude our workshop at this note and invite everyone to enjoy tasty lunch, and thank you for the productive day.
Дякую, пані Ольго, дякуємо вам.
Thank you, Olga. Thank you all. Thank you, Olga, for a wonderful moderation. Thanks to all the participants of this event. At this, we finish our official part. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to all the participants of this event, to express my gratitude to Resilience Alliance for this opportunity to listen to such interesting speeches and for becoming one step closer to reaching the goal. Victory of Ukraine and strengthening Ukraine as another serious player in the European family. So Alliance is open to friends and to everyone. Please join us, and we invite you to an informal discussion and to taste our nice lunch.